Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the May 14th Miami Beach Historic Preservation Board meeting. We are very excited to be holding the first meeting in a renovated space of the Butres Perez Fabregas designed building of the new Miami Beach City Hall from 1977. And we have the designer here, Bill Lane, who helped to make all this possible. So thank you, Bill. I'm glad you're in the audience. This is the very first meeting in this newly designed, newly renovated City Hall meeting space. So I think we all appreciate that, it's especially poignant that the Historic Preservation Board is here. So before we get started and I pass it over to Debbie Tackett, I just wanted to mention that we have, I'll outline the sequence of how we try to run our meetings with each project. So at first, the staff will present the item and describe their recommendations. Then the board will question the staff and ask staff any questions that they have. And then the applicant will make a presentation within a limited time. Board will then question the applicant, and the applicant responds to all the board questions all at once and then sits down. Then we have board disclosures and open the hearing to the public, with the staff calling on the public in person and then the public on Zoom. And then we have an option for the applicant, any applicant, to rebut rebut what they hear in the public portion of the hearing, and then we have board member comments, and we'll end with a vote, a yay or nay. So with that, I hope we have a wonderful first meeting in this newly designed space, and I'll pass it over to you, Debbie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. Before I turn it over to Nick for the legal notices this morning, I'd like to give a big thank you to our facilities management department, Liz and Frank, as well as our communications department, Melissa and PJ, and the entire crew. They've been working around the clock to get this space ready. We are kind of the guinea pigs, so just anyone who's watching on TV, via Zoom, or in the audience, bear with us if there are any technical glitches. With that, I'll turn it over to Nick.
Thank you, Debbie, and good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Today's meeting of the Historic Preservation Board will be conducted in a hybrid format, with members of the board physically present here in our new chambers at City Hall, and applicant staff and members of the public appearing either in person or virtually via Zoom. In order to participate in today's meeting virtually, the public may dial 1-888-475-4499 and enter the webinar ID, which is 817-4834-7488#, or log in to the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 817-4834-7488. Any individual wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if you're using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if you're participating by phone. Next, I'd like to read the city's notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You don't have to register as a lobbyist if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance, to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they're communicating. If you're an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you're appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. And lastly, Mr. Chair, I'd like to swear in any members of staff and any members of the public who will be testifying today. Please raise your right hands. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nick. The first order of business this morning is the approval of the March 12th minutes. I do have one correction to make. The attendance, which is the first item on the minutes, Ms. Weinstein-Berman was marked as absent. She was actually present at the March meeting, so we're just going to strike that. And with that, that's the only correction I have. If the board members have any corrections? Okay, motion, second? Second. All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, great, thank you. Okay, we do have one request for continuance this morning. That is HPB 230591. This is 1509 and 1515 Washington Avenue and 1500 Collins Avenue. The applicant had notified us, I think, a couple days ago, desiring the continuance to the July 9th meeting, and staff has no objection to this. See, Mr. Larkin is here.
Now, okay. We're doing some further outreach to some stakeholders in the nearby area, so we respectfully request a continuance to the July hearing.
Motion to accept.
Okay, before we vote on this, we do have to open this up to the public. So are there any members of the public in the audience or on Zoom that wish to comment on the request for continuance? Okay, seeing none. Mr. Breslin, you made the motion. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor?
Great,
Okay,
thank you.
See you in July. Okay, there are no more requests for continuances, so we'll move on to the first regular item. This is HPB 230590. These are the citywide digital information kiosks. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the design of digital information kiosks to be installed within the right-of-ways at various locations. This was last heard by the board at the March 12th meeting and continued to today. I'll turn it over to Jake for the update.
Thanks, Debbie. As Debbie said, this application was last heard at the March 12th meeting. Since that time, revised plans have been submitted that include the following modifications. The design of the kiosk form has been further refined and incorporates soft wave-like curves. The black screen edges have been removed and the kiosk housing and screen edges are now entirely light gray in color. Architectural style site plans and additional renderings have been provided for each of the 8 proposed locations. In addition to the standard gray design, the kiosks near Ocean Drive are proposed to have teal screen edges, and the kiosk on Washington Avenue is proposed to have a pink screen edge. These customized colors were inspired by the palette of pastels developed by Leonard Horowitz to highlight Art Deco architecture. With regard to the revised design, staff sees the new form as referencing the city and the beach, with curves on one side representing the ocean and the angular lines on the other side representing the city grid. Staff is supportive of the revised design, including the colored versions, and recommends approval. And one final note, in the draft final order, the date on the plans should read April 12th, 2024, in case the board approves the application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jake. Do the board members have any questions for staff? Okay, if not, we can turn it over to the applicant.
Right. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, board members, staff. Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here representing the applicant. We meet as Anna Behrman, Senior Development Director, Marissa Crudell, Associate Development Director, and Amanda Miller. I'm also joined by Bill Lane of Bill Lane Architecture and my colleague Emily Balter. We'd like to say thank you to the staff, you all board members, community partners, and neighborhood groups that have weighed in on this important application. I think one reason that you all have chewed on this a lot in the past is that while it's nominally one application, it's multiple sites, and you all are so used to considering one application for one site. So we try to make it site-specific this time to ease your consideration of the application. But we do believe that the result of this synergistic approach is the creation of a design that is more organic, that is rooted in Miami Beach. The City Commission had a vision for the future and saw a need for this technology. We are working very hard to bring it to the residents and visitors. Our client has reevaluated the design of the kiosk and studied each location. There's a specific intent behind how each kiosk relates to its context. And now I'm going to pass the presentation over to Bill and Anna, and they'll walk you through the remainder.
Is there any way that we can pull up the presentation so that it's on the screens? There we go. Thank you, Michael, and thank you to the board for the opportunity to present to you today. We have closely considered your feedback from the March 12th, 2024 meeting, and the presentation today will take the following order. First, we will present our revised kiosk design. Architect William Lane will walk you through that. We have site-specific renderings and information about each kiosk location that for your consideration, and then an update on our continued community outreach to key stakeholders, as well as a further detailed and specified comprehensive arts and culture plan. And with that, I will pass it over to William Lane to walk you through the updated design and his inspiration for it.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here, of course. When we first presented, we did provide you with a slightly modified design from the one that you see throughout Miami and Coral Gables. And you had asked that we go back, and I appreciate that. I think one of the things was you were encouraging us to maybe go a little bit further with the design, make something that may actually be more expressive and in keeping with Miami Beach's history in terms of their support for not only architecture, but art and culture generally. You know, Miami Beach is a very special place for me. I moved here in '92, and one of the things that brought me here, of course, was the Art Deco, but more than that, just the community itself was so supportive, such a diverse place. And the other thing too is it's a place of tourism and entertainment, and it's just a lively place. So when I travel to other cities, I see the kiosks there, and they are very generic. They're in some ways they're meant to just blend with the cityscape and somewhat disappear. And in those places, maybe it works on 6th Avenue in New York or other locations, but here, given the scale of the city, the whole background of the city, it really seemed more appropriate that we take it a step further and provide something that is unique, something that only Miami Beach has. So we came up with a design with a curve in it, but to me it was more than a curve. It was an island, had some persona, it reflected water, dune, air. It was light. It's another added layer to what would normally be, your generic information kiosk. So in that way, we believe that it would become also kind of iconic for the city. And again, something very special that is just the nature of Miami Beach generally, Art Deco. So here, these are just some influences that we have. We have, of course, the water, the pink. We offer two, besides the neutral silver, we're offering two other options. One is a pink one, and one is turquoise. Both of those colors, I think, reflect not only Deco, but some of the other periods of architecture. You see here the Lapidus building at Eden Rock. You see the pink house, famous pink house from Arquitectonica. You see the pink flamingo, which is such a South Floridian iconic image, and of course Coral. So these are the three prototypes. On the left, we have the more generic silver one, which would be located in various areas where the locations may be a little bit more urban, and we wanted to keep them somewhat quiet. The other two were customized, and we imagined them to be on some of the more iconic streets. Ocean Drive, Washington Avenue, areas that are highly pedestrian, but also areas that attract tourists particularly. You have the great lineup of buildings on Ocean Drive, which is all about color. The color too, of course, goes way beyond Horowitz, but it was one of the impetuses that they had with Barbara Catman to draw attention to the Deco area. So those were kind of the motivating forces for the two color options. The background, the screen that you see, will also reflect the color of the body of the kiosk. So in this particular slide, you see a blue tone. It'll pick up on not only the silver one, or white one, but also the turquoise. This one relates to the pink one, so that you have an overall body. And when you have that general form, the form will read as a whole, and it'll just give more continuity to the actual shape, the sculptural shape. These are the different locations. I'm going to let Anna go through them, but when we get to the renderings, maybe I'll add some points to those.
Thank you, Bill. So we are proposing 8 kiosk locations today within historic district boundaries. We're going to start with our first location, which is on Ocean and 10th. We did render each location from 3 angles. This was a request from the board last time so that you get the full context for the kiosk location. So the front, the back, and the spine. And Bill, if you want to explain a little bit about the paint color selection for Ocean, specifically why you think it works at this location, that could be very helpful as I go through the renderings.
Well, I guess first I love pink, but at this location, not that it's a direct correlation, but we do have the a round pink lifeguard tower there. And I thought, being next to the MBTL's visitor center, it just seemed like a good introduction to these and a complement to the city's ongoing support of design generally.
And then here's a bit more information about this is a plan view that was requested by the board as well. Hopefully this is a bit easier for you to digest. We are 730 feet away from the nearest bus stop or shelter. This kiosk location is supported by the MDPL and the Ocean Drive Association. There's a letter and a blog post from each respectively. And we did get pedestrian counts for each of the kiosk locations. It's on each slide to kind of explain the reason that we selected some of these locations. We really aim for these to be in pedestrian-oriented areas. As you can see, there are over 14,000 people that are passing this location each day. And Ocean Drive speaks for itself. It's going to be adjacent to hotels, restaurants, shopping, beach access, and then of course the Art Deco Welcome Center, which we look forward to working with MDPL on curating the content on this kiosk. The second location adjacent to Ocean is on Ocean and 5th. Bill, do you have anything to add about?
Sure. Again, here we're adding an element that will be seen in different locations. So even though this one's a pink one, you'll always have a marker that brings the fact that draws you back to the fact that these are going to be things that you see as you walk through the city. So this is just another location, another context.
And then again, we do have support from MDPL for this location, a very pedestrian oriented location with over 12,000 people walking by each day. Really nice wide sidewalk, 13 foot 9 inches of clear walking path for pedestrians. And it's also strategically placed to connect Collins and Ocean at the rideshare pickup point. The next location is at Washington and 6th. Bill, if you want to explain the turquoise.
Sure. Another option, to give it a little bit of variety, we wanted to bring in the turquoise. The turquoise, again, is, for me, a very wonderful pastel color, Caribbean, water, those kind of associations.
And this location is, of course, supported by the Washington Avenue bid and the Anglers Hotel. We are very limited in terms of where we can be on Washington because there are so many bus shelters. As you may remember, we have a 250-foot distancing requirement from any existing or future bus shelter. And so there were 2 locations on Washington where there was a possibility to place a kiosk, and that was Washington and 6th, and then Washington and 10th as well. I'm trying to move fast because I know that we are out of time. And this location is supported by the BID as well as Wolfsonian FIU, who we're planning to work with. We're already working with them in the city of Miami for content. We will do the same here. We also love that this is across the street from a public parking lot where people will be parking and walking around. The next location is at Lincoln in Washington. Bill, if you want to speak to the color very quickly.
So, I mean, again, this goes back to a more generic kiosk that you see in many other cities. So we wanted to keep the form, but by using the lighter silver tone, we felt that blended more in these more loud, noisy, visually noisy areas, similar to the ones that you see in New York or wherever.
And this location is supported by the Lincoln Road BID. Over 17,000 people walk by each day, and is kind of at the entry point to the Lincoln Road Mall. Collins and 22nd, again, we chose the neutral color option for the reasons that Bill stated. And this location is supported by the CPNA, and we did have a meeting with the Bass Museum. I know that that was discussed extensively last time. And as long as we ensure that the kiosk is cohesive with the Perkins and Will wayfinding study, they are not in opposition to this location. Collins and Lincoln, again, the neutral color is being proposed at this location.
Mr. Chairman, would you like me to add another couple minutes? Yeah. Okay.
I'm trying to rush through. I'm very sorry, guys. And this location, again, over 17,000 people walking by it a day. It's supported by the Ritz-Carlton South Beach. Nice wide sidewalks, allowing for nearly a 6-foot walking path, and adjacent to all of the amenities on Collins Avenue. And then we have Collins and 16th, right outside of the Lowe's Hotel. We have the neutral option here, the 3 angles. This has a support letter from the Lowe's Hotel, and it has significant pedestrian activity, 7 feet of clear path for a pedestrian, and it's nearby to many iconic hotels and restaurants along Collins. And then just to finish up the presentation, I think some feedback that we got during the last meeting was to really sort of flesh out what our arts and culture content plan looks like and what we're committed to in Miami Beach. And so the list that you're seeing on the right-hand side of the screen are all of the organizations, institutions that we reached out to. We didn't hear back from all of them, but if it says partner next to the name, that means that we did reach out and they're interested in working with us on curating interesting content for the kiosks. In no way is this list comprehensive. We would love to add to this list if the city has recommendations or if there are recommendations in general. When we say that we want to work with these organizations on content, what we mean by that is a couple of things. The first is dedicating free space in our ad loop to promote these organizations. This is something we do nationwide. We work with arts organizations, nonprofits, and artists to display their content in the ad loop when the kiosk is in passive mode, so that there's an engaging mix in the ad loop of not only the commercial content but also community content. So that's one aspect. The second, I touched on this last presentation, we're working with MDPL on the Art Deco walking tour, which will be an interactive application to allow for a user to visit different Art Deco landmarks within the city and get information about each of those landmarks. We also have something called a poster application. This is something we're working on with Wolfsonian FIU, which is an application that lives on the app tile suite and gives information about an initiative, an event, things of that nature, completely free of cost to that organization. And then the other idea we had was having a standalone application with the city's cultural calendar. So this is a calendar that does aggregate all of the information or all of the events that are being put on by organizations such as the Bass and the Botanical Gardens. So having a standalone application so that people can know about all of the cultural events. And this would be in addition to our standard events application where we would source those events from the Lincoln Road bid or the Washington Avenue bid or CPNA. A separate sort of event application dedicated only to cultural events. And then the last piece is we work with local artists in all of our cities. We look forward to doing the same in Miami Beach, both recommendations from the city and the organizations that I listed on the page a couple of pages ago.
Are you wrapping? Okay. Thank you. So thank you very much. Does that complete the presentation?
So thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members, for your patience. We really appreciate it. As you all might guess, we're eager to bring the citywide amenity to Miami Beach. And during a meeting with Silvia Kubina, she's the executive director of the Bass Museum, she asked us to collaborate with Perkins & Will. They're the architectural firm that has been retained by the museum in order to establish a cohesive wayfinding signage program in the Collins Park neighborhood. So we agreed to put the brakes on and work with Perkins & Will to make sure that our proposed kiosk design meshes whatever they're going to come up with for the Collins Park neighborhood, which is one of the jewels in terms of neighborhoods going to Miami Beach. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, I need to raise an objection. The objector attorney representing Outfront Media has brought in a model supposedly depicting one of our kiosks. Neither we nor staff were given any advance notice of the use of this prop. We have no idea if it was appropriately scaled. I know that the board frowns upon these sandbag surprise tactics. We object to any consideration of this prop by the board members as a violation of our procedural due process rights. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to reserve further time for rebuttal, and that's all I have right now.
Great, thank you very much. I didn't know what that noise was at first. I was like, I thought it was like, yeah, a misfire. So are there any questions for the applicant? I'll start with you. I'll try to start at either end, but Ray, do you want to?
I did notice in the presentation when you listed, the potential partners, you had new drama at the Lincoln Theater. Well, the Lincoln Theater happens to be H&M, and it would be the County Theater, would be Miami New Drama. So you just have to be really careful when you're picking your cultural talents and that you have them correct.
Thank you. Haskell, do you have anything? No comment.
Just a question on the silver, and perhaps this is for Bill, on the silver or the white, color scheme. Could you speak to that a little bit? Just because, I think in everybody's experience, sometimes those colors tend to show more dings, more degradation. So I just wanted you to kind of, speak to that to make sure.
Is that not working?
No, it is, but if you wanted to approach the...
Oh, sure. So, yes.
Oh, yeah, this is way helpful.
Is this good?
Yeah.
Okay.
The samples are very helpful for
Okay,
everybody to see.
great. So, again, we wanted to use the silver as a more neutral element. We thought that being light versus a very dark black, which you see often elsewhere, seemed to be appropriate. In terms of the dings, I know that they do have backups. They have it so that if something gets damaged, they can come back and replace those particular items. So they, of course, they anticipate with any of these things, there's going to be at times, occasions when things might get damaged, the screen might be broken, so there is going to be a backup on that. The kiosk actually has which defines the shape, and so these things will inevitably happen on these kind of kiosks. So there's nothing really inherent in that makes it that much more vulnerable than a kiosk that would be found elsewhere.
And do you think of those three color schemes that one is more perhaps impervious to dings or less impervious, or?
I think they would be the similar. I mean, all of them have that continuous silver bezel. So I don't think the color is going to really impact how that outcome might be, but yeah, I think the color will be more saturated and framed. So unless it's impacted directly, the damage is going to be the same on any of them.
And I do want to remind the board that our contract requires that the kiosks remain in like-new condition throughout the term. So everything he said about replacement parts, maintenance and maintaining the kiosks, that falls on us as the vendor, and the city has a termination right if they're not kept in like-new condition throughout the term of the agreement.
Okay, great, thank you. Elizabeth, do you have any questions?
I'm not sure. Yeah. So how long is the agreement, the term of agreement? Just, I may have missed that before.
So it's a 10-year agreement with a 10-year renewal term based on our company meeting certain performance criteria that's defined in our contract, things like maintenance, meeting our financial obligations, ensuring that we're, promptly making repairs to the kiosks, aspects of the software are running, correctly, things of that nature.
And what happens if you lose your interest in keeping those kiosks there? Let's say the revenue plan is not there, or the maintenance is too expensive, it's not worth it for you anymore to keep them. So do you have a choice to just step out, and how does that work?
We do not. We are contractually obligated to continue with the contract throughout the term of the agreement. After the 10 years, if Ike was to choose to not renew, we would have to restore the sidewalk to pre-existing condition before we, removed the kiosks.
So I have a few questions, just like in general terms. So I noticed that in a couple of locations, for instance, on Collins and Lincoln and Collins and 16th, the kiosk is not centered on the line of trees. And I was wondering why it was pushed to one side or the other. Because in other locations where you center, it seems that the traffic flow would be much easier, so you don't have to keep deviating from things. So why, and then Lincoln and Washington is the same situation. So why not choose to center them on what's already existing to make life easier?
So each kiosk is kind of evaluated on a case-by-case basis. Collins and 16th was one that you mentioned. This one, I think, is in line with the existing trees for that exact reason, to try to create.
Okay, so then maybe you can take a look on the site plan, because sometimes the picture looks like
yes.
centered, the floor plan does not, so just as long as they jive, that's fine.
I noticed that as well. So the site plan actually shows the tree canopy from above. And so it'll look like the kiosk is offset from the tree canopy, but actually it's in line with the trunks. It's just that the tree canopy, the way that it's rendered here, I think is a little bit confusing because it's showing the tree canopy from an aerial view instead of from the pedestrian view. We did try to balance, creating the largest amount of unobstructed pedestrian walkway for each kiosk location, aligning with existing installations in the sidewalk for the exact reason that you're stating, to avoid pedestrian weaving. And then we also have to ensure that the kiosks are set back from the curb the correct amount per the Public Works standard. And then we also, of course, review for ADA compliance. So we look at slope of the sidewalk at each location, make sure that there's sufficient turnaround area for a wheelchair on both sides of the kiosk. So those are all considerations when finding the exact location. We did work with a civil engineer on these and also ensured that there's no underground utilities that would keep us from placing a kiosk in a location.
Okay, thank you. One more question. On your location on Lincoln and Washington, we are having later on the Lincoln Road Master Plan, and I was wondering if the location of the proposed location for the kiosk had been checked against the proposed master plan, make sure it's not interfering with anything, because they have a lot of things proposed for that intersection being such an important one.
Is this the James Corner plan that you're referencing? So we have been working with the Lincoln Road bid, including presentations to the board. This location and then one location that's going in front of the DRB, which is at Lincoln and Alton, is technically outside of bid boundaries and the scope of that plan. When we propose locations within the bid boundary, we are planning to work directly with that architect and ensure that it's cohesive with the plan. The bid and the board do feel like these locations are in line with what they're going to see interior to the 16th Street or to the Lincoln Road Mall. But we will work with the architect very closely for any kiosk locations that are going to be proposed. I think in a later phase, the next application, we were planning on revisiting Lincoln Road to ensure that those would be very cohesive.
Yeah, but I believe, I highly recommend, sorry, that you do check, or I don't know, I'm not sure who should take the first step, if you or them.
Okay.
But I think that there is a need for coordination, especially on your sign, because I don't know the one on Alton Road, but the one on the corner of Lincoln and Washington. They have that big Lincoln Road letters, and they have a lot of wayfinding signage that they are proposing to. And I understand there is a line, but like 1 foot from this, the line, it's already inside, so I think the coordination will be very important.
Sure, absolutely.
And my last question. What number of pedestrian counts is important for like the minimum one? Because I notice in some locations you have 3,000 to 4,000 only, and others you have over 10,000. So it seems to me that there is a big range between your targets, and I was wondering how that was defined.
I think over 10,000 feels like a very significant number. We actually received from the Lincoln Road bid the pedestrian counts on the mall, because we felt like that was a very good indication of, in Miami Beach specifically, what dense pedestrian activity would look like. And many of our locations are significantly over the pedestrian counts that we received from the bid. The locations that are a bit lower, I think, are the two on Washington. And the locations on Washington, it was very important to the Washington Avenue bid that they have this amenity. We were very limited in where we could place them because there's so many bus stops and shelters on that street. And so we were trying to not let, perfect get in the way of good when it came to those locations. They are definitely more landmark driven versus pedestrian count driven. And so, but that was where where it was technically feasible to put them on Washington. The remainder of the locations are a little bit more in line with each other, like you mentioned, 10,000 and above, some almost nearly 20,000. Washington Avenue is definitely the outlier there.
Thank you.
Lindsay?
Just one question. You're talking about the pedestrian counts, and it got me thinking, do you guys have any numbers or data to show increase in pedestrian counts when these kiosks are installed? Is that something that you guys have seen, a trend that you've seen, an upwards trend in pedestrian passage, I guess, if you will, when these signs were installed? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I mean, nationwide, it's different, right? So when we installed some kiosks pre-COVID in downtown, and then we go back and, see data that shows post-COVID numbers, the pedestrian counts oftentimes go down. But I think that in destinations like, and Miami actually fared very well during COVID, and things remained very consistent. I think it's very situational, but I think the biggest fluctuation we would see in a place like Miami Beach would be time of year fluctuations, right? So during Basel, we actually ensured that the pedestrian counts that we had taken were during just kind of like a standard weekend. It wasn't during spring break. It wasn't during, Art Basel or F1. It was just kind of on a routine Saturday in Miami Beach, and so we tried to do that so that the information and data was really representative of what you can actually see. But I'm not sure over time if it would increase or decrease. But here, I think it will be seasonal for sure.
Is that it? All right. Thank you. I was also wondering about about how you took the counts. The pedestrian counts, like what the method was?
Yes. We worked with a third party called NDS, and how did they actually? 8 a.m. So 8 a.m. to midnight was the time frame of collection, and it was a manual collection process of using a clicker.
Just clicking as people walk by. And what's the minimum for your company that you use? The minimum count, pedestrian count?
There really actually is not a minimum. Our company is a little bit different than I think a typical media company. Media companies generally, they sell in a way that's called cost per thousand views, and it's based only on counts. We really, because our locations, we think of them as landmark locations, pedestrian counts is just one factor, right? Like if it's on Ocean Drive, the fact that it's this iconic location is another tactic that we use. And so there's not a minimum or a hard rule that we follow. It's really situational to that asset.
Okay, and I was just going to go back to the Washington and Lincoln example, and I just wanted to confirm that the kiosk is on the east side of Washington at Lincoln. Is that correct, or am I incorrect about that?
The Lincoln and Washington location,
Mm-hmm.
it is, Marissa, do you know if it's on? It's on the east side, correct?
Okay, so it's not in what's the current pedestrian
correct
portion of Lincoln Road. All right. All right, I don't have any further questions. But if anybody else does, please, Ray.
Well, just when you're talking about the kiosks, there's a certain distance that you had to be away from the bus stops.
Yes.
And I don't see the particular one that you have on Lincoln and Washington possibly meets that criteria since there's bus stops on every single corner.
That is a great question. So Lincoln Road is the only street that was carved out from that restriction in the contract that the city has with the bus shelter operator. And so Lincoln Road is the one area where we do not have to comply with the bus shelter distancing requirement. I should have called that out earlier. Thank you.
Great point. No, really. So are there any other questions that have arisen? I was only going to say one other thing. This is kind of, it's probably just me and the way I look at the world, but I immediately saw a face in this profile. Nobody saw that. Okay, all right, then I will let it. It's just for the record, and we'll see if anybody else ever sees that. If not, then it's just my weird way of looking at the world. So,
it was there.
Another
layer.
Okay, so I think we move to if we're finished with we move to disclosures. If we're finished with the questions,
Yes.
any disclosures?
And since this item has been before you in the past, I would just ask that the board disclose any new ex parte communications since the last meeting.
I had a meeting with the applicant and the director of the Bass Museum to discuss the location at 22nd and Collins Avenue.
Okay, if there's no more disclosures, we can open up the public comment portion of the hearing. I see anyone in chambers, please come forward. We do have a couple on Zoom as well.
Hello, good morning. My name is Claudia Jagged and I represent the Lincoln Road bid, and I'm here to say that we are in full support of the digital kiosks, and we look forward to replacing all of our non-digital kiosks on the road. Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Jack Finglass. I'm a Mid-Beach resident and former resident of the board. And today I represent the Miami Design Preservation League, and we're fully in support of this project. We think it's very exciting, and we love the color scheme and the design and the shape and all the work that's gone into making this a successful project. Thank you.
Thank you. On Zoom, we have several speakers. The first caller is Troy Wright. Good morning, Troy.
Hi, Troy. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Good morning. I hope everyone's well. This is Troy Wright.
Troy, do you so swear?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you.
This is Troy Wright, Executive Director of the Washington Avenue Business Improvement District. Since being introduced to the project in 2021, the Washington Avenue Business Improvement District, we've been overwhelmingly supportive of the IKE project in Miami Beach and on Washington Avenue. The bid has eagerly anticipated technology along Washington Avenue, and we know that it will greatly benefit the visitors and residents of the area by offering simplified wayfinding directories of our local businesses, art, and culture events, customized content for the bid, and more. So, I just believe that the kiosk provides real-time information, eliminating the need for static signage. And I'll tell you this, often I hear and see people that are looking for the beach on Washington Avenue and have no direction. So I think in so many ways, this will enhance the avenue, the experience for tourists on the Washington Avenue. So, the two proposed kiosk locations on Washington Avenue at 6 and 10 are at the key intersections and are both supported by the adjacent property owners like the Wolfsonian and the Anglers, as previously mentioned. So, we're in full support. We're excited about it. We love the design. And yes, let's try to move forward. I think it perfectly embodies Miami Beach and the personality of Washington Avenue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Troy. Our next speaker is Sarah de los Reyes.
Hi, Sarah. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You have 2 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Yeah, okay. Hi, Sarah de los Reyes, Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association. I was glad that, we were not included because that was something that we didn't want in our neighborhood. We know it's something that we don't need. And what the only thing I don't understand is why would somebody stand in front of a kiosk when we have all the information on smartphones? And all the social media information that the city provides. That's the only thing I really don't understand why we need a kiosk. And also people who are afraid of catching any type of, viruses, they will not be touching the screen. So I don't know how much foot traffic you would have there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Celia Gruss.
Hi, Celia. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Celia, if you could unmute yourself. Okay, Celia, if you would like to speak, you need to unmute yourself. There you go.
Hi, Celia. Do you
swear?
Hear me? Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, I do. I do swear. There is a terrible echo. So I will be
we can hear you.
As brief
we
as
can
possible.
Hear you. Okay.
As brief as possible. Okay. I object to these machines. I find them totally incompatible with the city's historic character. Oh, it's just impossible to talk with this echo.
Celia,
Basically, these machines, you have to know, are illegal under Florida law, Section 3. Can't even talk with these. With this echo, it's just impossible. I'm done. This is awful. It's so upsetting. Once we have a chance to talk, there's an echo and we can't even express ourselves.
Okay, thank you, Celia. There are times where people in the public may have more than one audio device going on, and that can sometimes cause an echo in my experience, but we will definitely look into that on our end. Our next speaker is Mitch Novick.
Hi, Mitch. Do you swear that the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Of course. Can everybody hear me without an echo?
Yes.
Okay. Mitch Novick, 36-year resident, business owner. I served on the HPB for a total of 6 years, 5 years as chairman. A generation ago, I took out my earpiece because I am hearing a double echo. Want to say the chambers look fantastic, and I tuned in late, so not to be redundant if it was mentioned, I want to commend the architect and the design team for doing an excellent job. I look forward to appearing in person tomorrow. But regarding this, I have to agree with the sentiment of the last two callers. I don't see why we need these, but if we have to have them, I would then urge you to approve this design. I think the architect has done a good job if we have to have these things. And that's it. And I hope you get these bugs fixed, because it's kind of annoying hearing the public speak double. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mitch. Mr. Chair, I see no one. Oh, we have one more speaker.
Good morning. Mr. Chair, with your permission, may I have 1 extra minute for a total of 3 minutes? Sure. Thank you, sir. Good morning. Mike Llorente, LSN Law, 3800 Northeast First Avenue, representing out front. Mr. Chair and board members, your decision today comes down to one simple question. Is this thing standing next to me compatible? Is it compatible with our city's historic districts? When you consider design, dimensions, size, scale, massing, material, aesthetics, function, impact on pedestrians, is this compatible with the city's historic districts? Because that is the standard under section 118.564 of the city code, which says that a decision on a certificate of appropriateness shall be based on evaluation of the compatibility of the proposed structure with the surrounding properties and surrounding community. The code actually provides specific criteria that must be considered when making this compatibility determination. Once again, design, dimensions, size, scale, massing, material, aesthetics, function, impact on pedestrians, sensitivity to the surrounding areas, the purpose for which the historic district was created. If the board believes that the proposed machine is out of context or out of scale or otherwise incompatible with the city's historic districts, then the board must deny the application. In the instant case, there's no competent substantial evidence to suggest that this machine of this size is Mr. Larkin's comments earlier. I would say a couple of things. Number one, we have a tape measure on the way. The applicant, the board, is free to measure and make any objection they want. Number two, we are happy to submit this actual mock-up into the record as evidence. 2 more quick points. Number one, Mr. Novick mentioned earlier, if we don't have these, the applicant does any historic district that kiosk machines are illegal for state law and publicly submitted by the county attorney's office. I'd like to submit.
Mr. Chairman, could I have a brief rebuttal? So, reminder from the company, they wish to deny this application just because they don't want to have any revenue reduction on kiosks. End of story. Again, we object to the use of this prop. We have no idea whether So there is substantial competent evidence for the application. So the rest is estimated opinion, not fact. And the city has repeatedly rejected his legal arguments. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have time available for your questions.
Are there any questions from the board? Then start.
Comment would be, in fact, these kiosks were legal in my account. How are they from my
Yes, I was. Please go for it.
And I'm Ariel Guitian with the City Miami Beach Capital Improvement Division. I'll go ahead and turn it over to Isabel, because Debbie did a great introduction. So it's just, she's going to explain to you about the modifications.
Great, thank you, Ariel. Thank you, Debbie, and hi, board members. I'm going to go a little bit fast because you are familiar with this and pause on the changes, but of course do interrupt me if you have any questions or want more detail. Going through this again, we've been working on the master plan since 2016, concentrating now on localized improvements between Washington and Lenox. And we're going to start going through the 400 block, where we had a number of comments regarding revisiting the paving transition between new paving and existing paving to remain, seating, and the gateway sign. Of course, here we see existing conditions of the block. It was renovated in 1997 to a design that is no longer of historical significance. This was the original Morris Lapidus sign with a circular motif. And these are the changes. So looking first at the left-hand side of the image, this was the paving transition we had proposed when we came back to you in February, which was a kind of a hard line between new proposed paving in the Miami Beach red color with the existing seafoam green paving. The sentiment was that it felt very harsh, and what we're proposing now is more of a diagonal transition that echoes the geometry of the existing planter to remain. The exact location of that paving is based on basically mapping out all of the many different patchworks of paving that you have right now on that block. In pink are all of different transitions of paving of different colors. And in yellow is basically what we're proposing to bring the renovation up to from Washington to the west, which gives you a very clean remaining amount of paving and a very clean new type of paving. And we think this really helps enliven the street while also echoing some of the existing geometries to remain. Here you see the demolition plan. Again, the new paving will be replaced about half of that block to the east. And then the proposed new design with that paving line echoing the planter geometry, and then moving to the right-hand side of the image or the east, the Palm Plaza that we were proposing. Here we see it in color. As a reminder, if we move from right to left, we have Washington Avenue, then a series of piano keys that will be built with precast concrete pavers, black and white, echoing the same pavers that were approved for Drexel Avenue. So this kind of echo the historic elements, but are clearly built of a different material, given this is not of historic character anymore. The center of the plaza will have a grid of Florida native royal palm trees, and then behind it, where you see the number 2, we're extending the existing planter a little bit just to create more greenery and bookend the new block. Looking at the perspectives, the idea here was to create a space that is welcoming on the day-to-day, but had seating, but it also remains flexible for potential installations, art pieces, events the bid is planning. And to that end, we had originally proposed movable seating to keep that flexibility. The comments we received is that there were concerns about just maintenance and operations of these elements. So what we're proposing now, as Debbie articulated, is to bring some of the concrete seats that we're proposing for the rest of the road that would be installed in planters. In this particular case, the palm trees along the edge of the plaza will be contained within circular concrete planters that echo the original circular motifs of Morris Lapidus. And if you see highlighted in pink, the idea is that these have a small bench that's cantilevered over these. This is a bench that fits 2 people, has an armrest in between, more like a loft seat. but they're facing each other so that you can have people be social in these elements. They're also only oriented along the edges of the plaza, so the center can remain flexible for events and art installations. We see a rendering of that here. Again, those benches facing each other, activating the edges of the plaza, but still keeping the center flexible for installations, whether they're overhead art installations or more ground installations. The second change, or third change that we're proposing here is the Lincoln Road marquee sign. We received a number of comments having to do with keeping the typography a little bit more closely related to the proposed wayfinding signage, and also reconsidering the vertical elements that echo the piano keys, but we're really not reading that immediate for most. So here's the proposed revision. We have made the typography a little bit chunkier, which I actually think helps with the visibility of the sign from farther away. Removed the vertical elements and also lifted the plinth that holds it. So it's situated almost at the top of the bollards lining Washington Avenue when you're facing from the other side of the street. So as you're approaching Lincoln Road from Collins Avenue, the sign is a lot more present, which was the original idea. Here we see a comparison of the scale of the previously proposed sign on the top and the new proposed sign at the bottom. And again, a comparison of the two. The idea is that this welcomes you into Lincoln Road. It has sufficient space in front of it for people to take photos, take selfies, and not stand on the roadway, which was also a concern. And at night, the sign would be illuminated with an LED strip at the bottom. The LED strip will be programmable, so on the day-to-day, it can be white, but if there's a particular event, say Halloween or Valentine's Day, the bid can choose, or the city can choose to illuminate it to celebrate that particular festivity. That concludes the changes to Washington Avenue. Shall I continue to Euclid? Okay. So Euclid Oval, we had two primary comments. One is to revisit the size of the oval to ensure that it remains flexible for events, and second, to look at alternative paving materials. Looking at the context again, the Euclid Oval is located between the 700 and 600 blocks, and we're proposing to renovate the entire area in red. Existing conditions. Particular of note is that the design has always intended to be oriented to the east, so it has a very relationship to the Morris Lapidus historic band show. These are the original conditions. It used to be a planter. And we, of course, acknowledge that this is the center of Lincoln Road that hosts quite a large variety of events, some of which activate the band shell, some of which take place on the oval itself, along with the holiday displays. So the original proposal intended again to create an asymmetric oval, keeping the exact same footprint as you have today, but orienting a series of sitting steps towards the band shell so it can be a better place for activation, while having a continuous seat wall along the edges, in this case at actual sitting height. The oval right now is a little bit too low for those with disabilities. And that the space would be activated at night again with palm tree uplighting, really highlighting the center of the road. This was the original design, and I'm just going to flip through the scale comparison. On the top, we have the oval as we have it today, which is a total of 67 feet in length, and the original design was reducing it to a little bit more than half, to 38 feet in length. For comparison, original design or existing conditions have 1,320 square feet of flexible space, and the proposal before had 952 square feet. What we are proposing is to modify the geometry to enlarge that center area, that flexible area, to a total of 48 feet. The width remains exactly the same as you have today. This increases your flexible space to 1,181 square feet, while still keeping sufficient space for a planter along the west, because it's also our intent to include a very large specimen tree that will provide shade over the seating area. So we do want to make sure we're balancing both flexibility with also shade. Looking at it in detail, we see here again the seat wall around it remains, a central planter under number 7. The seating steps, however, to be able to accommodate this, have been reduced from being 3 steps to only 2. However, we have also been able to incorporate a back to the bench along the western side, which I think also helps a lot, make the space a lot more comfortable and universal for everyone. Here are the comparisons. On the top, the previous design. On the bottom, the new design. You see these features, the larger central space, the 2 sitting steps instead of 1, and the back along the western side. In terms of events, we have diagrammed a number of events. Of course, there's multiplicity of ways in which you can organize this, but just to, again, show the flexibility of the design. On the top left, we see the idea of having what we would call a theater in the round type of performance. In green, we're highlighting where the performer might be. In black circle would be people sitting on the permanent seats, on those sitting steps or that seat wall. That accommodates a total of 74 people. And then in pink would be additional chairs that would be added to this space, which we know the bid does today. Comfortably, this can fit up to 64 chairs, even more if you wanted to make them tighter. Looking at the bottom left, in the event that the cultural performance will occur on the band show, again, you have sufficient space, up to 128 people sitting on movable chairs, and up to 32 people sitting on the permanent sitting steps, again, showing multiplicity of uses. And lastly, the holiday display, showing that we can carefully fit the tree, the menorah, the dreidel, and the nativity scene, and still have proper space for circulation and sitting. I'm gonna go super fast. This is the end of the presentation. You asked us to revisit the materials. So again, the original proposal included the 6x6 ceramic tile. This is a baked tile. It has coefficient of friction to match any sidewalk. And again, the idea with this is that it afforded us to have very vibrant colors that added a little bit more interest to the center of Lincoln Road. We do look at other alternatives, starting with precast concrete, which is a very common material. And the challenge with precast concrete is that we cannot get good colors. You can see on the photos here, they're very muted, and they kind of eliminate that exciting feature that we had here. We've looked everywhere, that's why it took us 2 months to come here, and this is the best that we could find. I'll pass this around. So as an alternative, if we really do like concrete, we could advise do a more grayscale pattern where we can get better colors, but again, loses some of the vibrancy of the original design. The last idea was to look at a smaller tile. This is Artaic tile. This is an installation in Little Havana, exterior rated, a lot of grip, very vibrant colors. And again, with these, they offer unglazed tile that has historic colors that echo some of the Art Deco district colors. And this is what that original pattern would look like if we were to go with this color palette. Or another exploration if we just kept it to the yellows and pinks that we have immediately adjacent to the oval itself. And the comparison of options. Our personal opinion is that precast concrete doesn't really give us the kind of beautiful design that we were looking at. We agree with Debbie and planning that the original design, the one on the left, is more vibrant. But again, if there continue to be maintenance concerns, this is definitely a more maintenance-friendly material with the 2 options on the right-hand side. And I'm gonna pass this around.
How much more time do you need?
She's almost done. All she needs is about the wayfinding signs.
1 more minute.
1 more minute. So wayfinding, there was a request to clarify the intent. Again, we see, as mentioned on the previous presentation, a lot of tourists looking for wayfinding along Lincoln Road. We originally were proposing the words Biscayne Bay and Miami Beach to demarcate the east and west, which we understand caused confusion. So our revised proposal is to call it the bay or the beach. And then we also have other signs facing north-south. These are intended to demarcate destinations, again, to orient visitors to Miami Beach. Not every street would have a destination, so here we have included the message schedule. For example, around Pennsylvania Avenue, we could direct people to Española Way or Convention Center, but for example, at Lenox, we don't have a particular destination to call out. These will be designed, however, in a way where you can add these over time should destinations emerge that the city wants to highlight. And that concludes the presentation.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. So are there questions from the board of the applicant? Do you have a question?
Yeah. So I'm actually focused now on the Euclid Oval, which, by the way, this is an incredible improvement. It's fantastic what you guys have and the way that you've redesigned this. I think it's really, really amazing. I'm curious on where you have this seating that shows, because you have like different kind of quantity of seating, and one is where the performer is underneath the band shell. Do you find that will feel connected enough, or even with that space there, or how does that, is there a different grade there, or like, is the stage going to be higher, or how does that work?
So we're not designing a stage, but should a performance want to incorporate a stage, they absolutely can, a temporary stage. The idea, again, with the sitting steps is that they do offer that vantage point. So we are a little bit farther away from the band shell, but the sitting on the ground will have proper visibility. And then the idea with the sitting steps is that you have that extra layer.
Okay.
Ray?
I have a couple of concerns. Number one, when you said the signage at the end of the street is almost above the bollards, why aren't you having it above the bollards? Why would you still have the sign somewhat down behind the bollards? There's no reason not to raise it so it's fully exposed above the bollard.
It's a perspectival issue. The closer you get, the closer the sign on the bollards compress. But sure, we can make it completely above it if...
Because if you're looking at people going down the street, and looking, you want them to be able to really read the sign and not have it encumbered. That's just my thought. And as far as the Euclid Circle goes, currently, kids play on that circle all the time. So you're changing the use of the circle. And I don't know who's the one that determined that we should change the use of the circle. And where are kids now going to play? You have no place on Lincoln Road for families to come and let their kids just play on the fake grass or whatever we're going to do. And that's a concern of mine.
Can I address that concern? Okay. So back when we started the master plan in 2016, there was a strong interest to have the Oval be a flexible space that could hold a variety of different events, both families and children, as we see today, as well as cultural events, because that was the original intent with this space when Maurice Lapidus designed it. Part of the master plan also identified the area south of the Oval, which is close to transportation today, as a place that can be designated for a children's playground. And we did, in fact, design several options. The current budget of the improvements does not cover that, but that's not to say that that wouldn't come together in the future. And the idea, again, is that by this being the center of this commercial space, we wanted to keep it as flexible as possible. Families can still play. The surrounding seat wall actually contains kids a little bit better, and parents can sit more comfortably and watch their kids. But it also can lend itself for other cultural activities. We think having one use may be a missed opportunity in what is now a very diverse street in terms of cultural events, commercial events, etc.
But it's like playing in the street. I mean, they're playing on concrete or tile or whatever. I don't see kids utilizing that space to do the things that they're currently doing on the circle.
Haskell, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you. I think the plan overall design is fantastic, but I have a couple of questions. One and a concern, and one is a maintenance issue that I raised with you the last time about the design of the benches, which I think are terrific. They look great. However, the old design, entirely concrete, reinforced concrete structure, and it seems to have lasted. And I was wondering if you've had any ideas about that, and if you share the same concerns that I do about long-term maintenance, exposed steel in our environment. That's number one. Number two, on page 31, you show what appears to be a security guard on a bicycle, which is not allowed, actually, right? You're not permitted to ride your bike. Have you given thought to the idea of providing a dedicated path for scooters or bicycles on the road? Have you had any opposition or support for it, or any thought given to that?
Let me address your first question. The benches, yes, the idea is that the seat itself is precast concrete. We're currently working with manufacturers to optimize the design to ensure that it's very durable. The the structure that holds it is what you had concerns with, which was the
Right.
painted steel. And again, we're currently in the process of working with manufacturers to see what is the best approach for that material. So those conversations are ongoing.
Okay, regarding the second issue, as far as the bicycles?
Bicycles?
Yeah,
Bicycles
or
are
scooters,
not allowed,
electric.
motorized vehicles are not allowed along Lincoln Avenue, so it has not been contemplated or anything like that whatsoever, no.
The original master plan for Lincoln Road that we developed in 2016 did propose the idea of incorporating bike lanes on Lincoln Lane North and Lincoln Lane South, so you would have still that east-west connectivity.
Right.
I'm not sure where the city is at with those plans, since we haven't really been retained to continue that, but that was part of the original proposal.
I'm coming a little late to the game. I would have liked to see it originally, because it is a lengthy stretch. And, you know, moving people off the side streets onto Lincoln Road, I think would have been a great experience riding through Lincoln Road on a scooter or a bicycle, electric. Too dangerous. Too dangerous. The last item that I want to ask you about is the tile that you've selected. Have you tested it when it's wet? You have. You talked about the coefficient of friction.
Yeah.
It seems to me like the innovative Mosaic would be the best suited for it, but tell me if I'm right or wrong.
Again, I think it comes down to a balance between aesthetics, maintenance, and practicality. All of these tiles meet and exceed the coefficient of friction of sidewalks under wet conditions. So for that, we don't need to be worried. I think the main concern, and it's something that we've been working with the city, is maintenance and replacement. With the smaller tile, with all of them, we would advise buying attic stock, so the city would have a bunch of pieces in case they were to break, they can replace them quite easily. The smaller tile is less susceptible to somebody dropping something super heavy and cracking, and it's easier to store if you need it attic stock. It's the same amount of colors for all of the tiles, but these are more smaller and easier to handle and replace. That said, from an urban perspective, it does feel a little bit more delicate than the larger one, which scale-wise fits better with the context.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth, did you have a question?
Yes. Just one quick one regarding the drainage of the oval. I mean, since a large part of the perimeter is enclosed, we don't want to create a swimming pool there.
We are not creating a swimming pool there. We are very conscientious of drainage. So the way this is going to work is we're going to have slot drains on either side of the oval. So the center of the oval is going to be crowned at a high point, and that's going to direct water to the bottom of the two seat walls, where drains will be located to collect that water. In addition, if we look at the plan, we do also have flush to grade area where you see the label 33 on page 37. All of that is flush with the piano keys, and all of that water will also crown onto the existing trench drains on either side. Okay. So drainage is well accounted for without a very ugly area draining in the middle of it, which is our biggest nightmare.
Okay, can I go on since I got the mic? Okay, so regarding the height of the Lincoln Road sign, I understand Ray's comment and concern, but I think it's already above 6 feet tall, and I think it's already tall enough. It's already tall most of people, not regular people, at least certainly taller than I am. And you don't want to make it too monumental and overwhelming. So I felt like the height looks fine. But I thought the previous font you had there was much more elegant than now. The I with the serifs, it takes so much space and looked a little bit too chunky for my personal taste. And I know that we're just talking personal taste right now, but I'm just sharing mine. And then regarding the materials of the oval, I think the larger one, it does fit in scale better with the size of the oval. But I'm always concerned with maintenance. As we know, our sidewalks look pretty bad with that, the red carpet that's always patched and never look the same. So that's my concern. As those break, they get loose and they need to be replaced. What's going to happen to the pattern? and the color selection that we have that will look very beautiful in the first couple of years, and then as we go down, I'm not sure if they fade away, if cleaning materials will damage the color, and how it will look like in the long run, given that maintenance is not, a lot of times is not the priority, and the funds for the maintenance sometimes are lacking. I just want to congratulate you. I do appreciate you accommodating our comments from last time, and you did improve the design a lot. Thank you.
Just one other question. As I'm looking at the Euclid Oval, I would actually see this as, it almost looks like a skateboard park in a way. So I was just thinking a little bit about what Ray was saying, that it wouldn't be a place where kids would play, and I think we're not allowed to bring skateboards on Lincoln Road. But so was that anything that was contemplated, and was at all that, because when you could travel to other cities, you go to places like Barcelona, when you have these kinds of steps, kids always want to kind of play off of them. So I'm just curious if that use was contemplated.
So skating, that was something requested from the community at large for Lincoln Road during the master plan. Again, we're looking at a commercial street where we're trying to balance a flexibility of uses. It is playful. So I do see kids running up and down the steps. I mean, that happens all the time. So there is that aspect to it. But overall, the idea is that it really provides many different opportunities to sit. And whether you're watching a performance or whether you're people watching, which is also something that happens quite a lot on Lincoln Road, it gives you various vantage points. From a skateboarding perspective, we will have skate deterrents to prevent any damage.
Ray?
I just want to tag on to what was said regarding the tile and the maintenance. What are you using for like grout? I mean, the grout on tile usually gets all moldy and mildew. If anybody's ever really taken a look at the tile that's on the bridges on 41st Street, they look terrible. There's mold, there's mildew, there's missing tiles, and I perceive no matter what you do here, you're going to run into the same maintenance issues and the same lack of consistency from the city to maintain it. And that is a real concern of mine.
I mean, I can't speak to the installation details of the project you're mentioning. We will be using grout that is rated for exterior public spaces with the amount of foot traffic that we see on Lincoln Road. We saw the previous presentation, 17,000 people a day. We are used to designing for that. In addition to that, all of the tile will have a sealer on top. The sealer prevents oil or stains from penetrating into the grout or the tile, which is something we also do on all of our public spaces. The sealer usually once every 5 years or so. It's pretty long-lasting.
And I hope you prepare a very good maintenance manual to share with city staff to keep after, to maintain.
I'll just add a question about the oval. You show it as you show the seating as continuous, moving around. Will there be anything that would prevent somebody from skateboarding along it, or anything that would prevent somebody from, say, napping there or whatever? Or, I mean, is this exactly what we're going to see in the end, what you show there, or will it actually have like separators that would separate people from being able to, kind of relax on it, like that woman in white is?
Sure. So right now what we are proposing are stainless steel skateboard deterrents, which are small bars that would come along the edges and prevent any skateboarding and any damage. We are not proposing separators from the perspective that really limits the usage of this for people to sit facing different directions and be able to, activate the space in different ways. Our experience is that this is one of the most active areas of Lincoln Road, and between the lighting and the amount of circulation we have, the restaurants that stay open pretty late, this is one of the areas that's less prone to misuse.
So where would those steel skateboard bumpers go on the...
They would go on all of the exposed edges. So in this particular image, they would go on the exterior edge as well as the interior. On the benches and sitting areas, they will go basically on the nose of the seat.
And we
So
can
they would
provide
be
a
where
detail.
that little kid in the blue
Mhm.
shirt, like he would be potentially right where one, like it would be just on the edge, that edge.
Just on the edge, it's like that long and that high, stainless steel. Imagine like a bracket that gets installed along the edge.
And it goes horizontally or vertically?
It's both horizontal and vertical. I can submit a sample of that if
So
that's
this will
helpful.
all have a stainless steel
It's
kind
not
of rim
continuous.
to it?
It's every
Oh, not
it's every 3 feet. I should clarify. It's a
3
little
feet.
tab that's added every 3 feet, which is what's been proven to prevent skateboarding.
And just on the outside or on the outside and inside?
Just where you have access to the edge. So in this particular image, it would go on the outside and the inside. When you have the sitting steps or the bench, that would only happen on the outside.
I'm sorry, on the bench, and you mean in the back where you're showing the old version up there, right?
Yeah, let me just
Yeah.
show you the section. This might be a little bit easier to.
There you go.
Okay, so if we look at the bottom left where you see the number 1'6",
Mhm.
so on that nose of that bench, we would have that tab. And then again, the sitting steps to the right of the tree would have that tab as well. And then the seat wall, the low seat wall, that would have it on both sides. And again, we're happy to provide the drawings that's already included in our construction drawings.
If I may, it's an L-shaped element, right?
Correct. Mhm.
An L-shaped, it's a
It
bull
goes
nose.
like
Right.
you would install it like this.
Right. No, it's just, they're often installed. It's not an unusual thing. It's just usually, I mean, it would help to see it because I think if we go out and, once it's finished and it's not this beautiful, sleek, continuous concrete curve because it has these preventers built in, it's probably good to see kind of what you're using.
We can provide samples and photos of the same element installed on other projects with very similar geometry.
On the seawall, on the beach walk,
Mhm.
there's walls along the side, and you have a curved top, and it's rounded on the edges, and there's no clamps on that for skateboarders because they can't. Why wouldn't you do something like that around the outside of the oval? Then you wouldn't have to have these ugly little clamps all the way around. And that's what they really are, is ugly little clamps.
I would have to see what you're referring to.
Just walk down Beach Walk, like 20th Street, 21st Street, and you'll see it's like an imitation coral. It has a little crown to it. It's rounded on the edges so that there's no square corner for
Mhm.
them to be able to get on it with the skateboard and stay on it. And it just makes it look much better than to have all these little clips all over it.
We can look at that. I do want to, again, highlight that we want this to be functional and people to be able to sit. So we have to balance those two. I'm happy to provide photos. What we've done on other projects is very discreet, functional, but very discreet. So hopefully that addresses the questions.
You said between beach walk, between where? The beach walk direction or the streets and beach walk, you said?
On the actual beach walk, it's
From where to where, the location?
well, I mean, anywhere's from up to 21st Street.
Up to 21st.
Anywhere's from like 18th to 21st. That area definitely has the rounded tops. When people sit on it all the time.
Thank you.
In your experiences about what has been with a design like this, what has been kind of the most pressing challenges? Let's say, is it just the two that we've mentioned in terms of people sleeping there, or skateboarding, or is there something that we're forgetting?
I mean, those
It's
are
just those two things?
Those are the challenges, but it really is a contextual challenge, right? We don't see a lot of people skateboarding on Lincoln Road. We do want to prevent that from happening. We don't want this to be an invitation. And the main challenge with skateboarding is that they damage, they stain the skateboards, stain the white concrete. But again, the white concrete will also have a sealer that prevents any stains or oils from being absorbed. So that should also help with it. And people lying down, it's a consideration, it's a social issue everywhere. I would say also we do have quite a lot of, arch sections in plan. So there's only a few moments where perhaps it becomes most inviting. The rest are quite uncomfortable, to be honest.
And they would be coming out of hours. In other words, they're going to be coming to use that area for skateboarding when it's basically not heavily trafficked. Like at 2 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning, that's when they're going to be out there skateboarding.
I was just going to ask one other question about the decision to raise the Lincoln Road sign from 1 foot 6 inches to 24 inches to 2 feet. 1.6, it was originally bench height, so I was imagining people kind of sitting there and having their picture taken while they were basically using it like that. Is there, how do you, and you do kind of show in your section like two people, one person kind of taking a picture of the other person, but like with families and kids and things, like do you have a sense of how that sign will be used in terms of, like the I Love New York signs and the I Love Amsterdam signs and the ones you find in cities all over the world, in terms of, which are mostly located, I think, more at ground height, so they're not either benches or possible benches. 24 inches is a little high for a bench, but do you have any thoughts about how that platform will be used? Because it's essentially another piece of street furniture. It could also be something that attracts, skateboarders and everybody. Is that also going to have this kind of the bullnose, bumpers on it?
Okay. So to address your questions, the sign is intended to be something that highlights the approach to Lincoln Road from far away. We did on the past presentation, not just here, but with the bid, receive a lot of comments to ensure that it was very visible. That is what drove making it a little bit higher, not so high that it does become a visual impediment to see through, because we want to make sure everything continues being transparent from a safety perspective. So that felt like the right height. That also disencourages people from climbing on it. To that extent as well, this is a very faint detail here, but we have made it narrower so that the letters are sitting directly on the black base, as opposed to before where the black base had a little bit of a lip where you could sit. And you can see that on page 23. And again, that was in response to concerns over people climbing on the sign, sitting on the sign, or skateboarding. So right now, the letters there's basically 2 inches between the edge of the letter and the black plinth from that point of view.
Great, thank you. That's a great detail. I appreciate all the thought you've put into this. Really, it's amazing.
Thank you.
So with that, I think we finished questions. Do we open it up to, what's our next?
Before we do that, I would ask the board
disclosure?
if you have any disclosures to make. And again, this is any new ex parte communication since the last time this application was discussed.
Okay, seeing none, we can open up to public comment. Anyone in the audience, please come forward. Anyone on Zoom, please raise your hand. Okay, on Zoom, we have Mitch Novick. Hi, Mitch. Mitch, are you there? Okay, I see he has unmuted himself.
Yeah, I didn't hear you.
Okay, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
You don't hear? Okay. Mitch Novick again. While I still lament the loss and demolition of the original circular Lapidus structure in the 90s, I think you guys have an opportunity to replace what that was replaced with, which is a aluminum wing type of structure whose form and function still remain unknown and use purposeless. I think this is an opportunity. I hope you consider it. Also, regarding the Euclid Oval, last year I met a woman who claims her children got a nasty case of ringworm rash while playing on that turf. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, I see no other members wishing to comment.
All right, then I guess you guys are didn't have any responses to those public comments. So board member comment. We'll close the applicant air time. And anybody want to start with their impressions or comments about this? Lindsay, since you're avoiding eye contact, yeah, any? Okay, Elizabeth. Okay. Anybody? Ray's gone, so we don't have our anchor. Any comment? This is just we're talking to one another about our impressions of this and whether we're thinking it's something that we'd like to support or whether we'd like each other's opinions about things or whatever.
I mean,
go for it.
I think that the design team is really outstanding. I'm really grateful that you guys are here and that you understand the context and that you speak to the community and that engagement is very visible. It's apparent that that's what you do, that you know this community very well. So I appreciate that and you being so responsive. I think to me the most interesting improvement here is the Euclid Oval. I think that it's incredible how it increases the flexible gathering space. I think that area we're going to see is used in different ways that we don't really quite know, all of the various uses, but I think that could be a good thing for convening community. So I'm quite excited about that. And let's see, to be honest with you, and I'm speaking to my fellow board members now, I'm having a real hard time on the materiality for the pavers. I think we all have been in situations where we have seen, what we think the degradation of ceramic pavers around the world. I don't mean to put into question. I know that you guys are using the best products and will have the most amazing contracts, but I am maintenance guidelines for our city. But I am worried. So I'm having trouble. So perhaps one of my board members can help me think about this, because I don't know what I think about this.
Okay, I'll just jump in about that, because I think that it's interesting that you only showed the hexagonal tile pattern. And even when you use the small square pavers, you didn't change the pattern, which would definitely change with the different pavers. So we haven't really seen the tiny porcelain pavers. I'm inclined. I like the hexagonal pavers. I agree with the staff that the vibrancy of the colors are something, especially in the ceramic, or something that could really make it more colorful and playful for kids, and just would be a more dynamic environment to be in. I'm also not convinced that if a tiny tile breaks, that's any better, that if somebody can get their heel stuck in the tiny tile hole, than having a big hexagonal 6-inch tile that breaks and you're just we have to fix this. It's like a 6-inch hole in the Euclid Oval. So I think there's maybe a little bit more of an urgency. I'm worried more about crack tiles where people are like, it's just a crack. And you'll get those more in 6-inch tiles than you will presumably in the smaller tiles. But I don't know. Does anybody have any thoughts on that?
So I was actually going to say, as to the tile, I was hesitant before, and now having kind of held it in hand and kind of felt the weight of it, and I know she talked about, invariably things are going to break if somebody drops something very heavy from very high, but I'm trying to contemplate what that might be here, or is it just a matter of striking it just right? Maybe that's the question. I mean, is that heavy enough? Yes, he suggested a water bottle for those who couldn't hear. They feel, I don't know, more durable than I guess what I was expecting when we were describing ceramic tile. So to that end, I appreciate you bringing the samples. That makes a huge difference for somebody like me who, I want to be able to see and touch and feel and kind of it makes a difference. So specifically to that issue, I feel better about this tile than I did before. And I agree that the vibrancy of the colors, I mean, if we lose that to go with, you know, for example, the cast concrete, right? And even the porcelain, the mosaic tile, is still more muted. If I can, I'm curious. I don't know if you have these numbers in front of you, but would I arguably be comparing this ceramic to A043? Those are the comparable colors, if you will. Is that right? Yeah. So even when I compare the two of those, you're looking at a much more muted tone.
Yeah.
So I'm cautiously optimistic. Maybe that's my view on the world. About the ceramic tile, to your point.
Yeah, no, so I think last time I had suggested to use a more of a continuous material similar to the black and white in the keyboard. And I'm not sure if you had a chance to research on something like that, if that could be done in different colors. Because I think if we use a continuous material like that, and if it's properly installed with the necessary joints, we will prevent cracks. And I think the maintenance in the long run would be much less than having the tiles, whatever size we decide to go with.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's not possible to achieve this design. We have too many colors. It would require very complex formwork that only an artist would be able to do. And lastly, it has the same challenge as the concrete sample, or even worse, which is that concrete is just not able to obtain these kinds of colors. That concrete is done in a controlled facility where they know exactly what the pigment is. When we go to a cast material, you're depending on blending the pigment into the concrete that day, and it's just something I would just not advise. It's, I mean, unless you have an amazing artist that specializes in this, and it's not part of the scope, I just don't think we can achieve that with the kind of contract that we have.
How do you get the white on the keyboards?
The piano keys are painted with regular paint today, like regular
the
Sherwin-Williams paint.
No, but the new ones, they will be...
The new ones, we're not changing the concrete. What we're applying is a polyaspartic coating. It's basically a coating that is significantly stronger than your regular paint, and it would last somewhere around 10 years. We have 2 mock-ups of that material installed right now, one around the Euclid Oval. I just went to see it. And you can see the difference between that material and what you have today in terms of peeling off and color stability. But it is just a surface application.
Right, so then, and I'm just throwing an oddball here, would it be an option to have something similar to that on the oven and painted in whatever pattern it's been decided? And then this design is beautiful, but that doesn't mean that's the only design available. So I'm just trying to be creative here and see what alternatives we could explore.
As you said, if we were to explore that alternative, we would need to change the design. The size and the intricacy of the pattern is too small for that material. That material is sprayed on large scale, which is why it's great for the piano keys, but it really wouldn't work at this scale.
Lindsay?
Well, and I wanted to speak to one of the questions I think was about casting concrete, cast in place, and I just would point us all to our red sidewalks, which I love, but the variations that we have, you know, as they're replaced, or I mean, even you know, even in mass when they're replaced, they're not the same. And so I agree, but I just want to use that as kind of a real world example again for the person who likes to feel, see, and touch. I think that's important to kind of keep in mind here, that we need some sort of materiality that is controlled prior to being put into this space.
What do you think is the most important issue that our maintenance and facilities team needs to be aware of with option A, with this hexagon?
I think 2 things. First, like I mentioned, we will be buying attic stock. We will be adding additional tiles. So the city just needs to store them in a location where they are accessible. They know they exist, be able to find them. The second is I think we do need to work with event planners, whether it's through the bid or I don't know if they outsource other events, just to make sure that people are careful as they're wheeling things in and out of the space, in the case of installing the Christmas tree or having a speaker that may be heavy, so that they understand what this means. For example, we had a conversation with the bid director the other day, and we started speaking about what you can and cannot do, like we don't advise you to drive a car inside of the oval, right? So it would be more about that, talking about overall recommendations on how to, again, do your temporary installations in a way that respects the material. But again, it is a material that's tough. It's rated for exteriors, it's UV stable, it's rated for public spaces. It's not something super delicate, but you also just need to understand what you can and cannot do there. I wouldn't advise you put a Formula One car over this, for example.
So this is somewhat of a comment to my fellow board member, but maybe a question. I feel like that's something we could probably control through permitting process, assuming that this requires special events permitting when those types of things are done. If we could, as part of the permitting process, here's the do's and don'ts.
Yeah, or even an acknowledgement form that really puts that extremely prominent for anybody that's doing an event on Lincoln Road, so that it.
Yeah, I feel like that's something that could be incorporated and may already, so I don't want to speak out of turn. So that's kind of the question part of it. Do you guys know if those types of conditions are part of special events permits for this type of space, or can it be?
And we have to see, I do not know, I gotta defer that to another department, so I'm not involved in
and
that.
Ariel, I can speak to this. I know a little bit, especially specific to Lincoln Road. So I think first of all, our special events permits do require any damage that occurs as a result of a special event to be repaired by the holder of that special event permit. But I do know that there is a very sensitive review of special events that incorporate, large structural type elements, especially on Lincoln Road, because I get calls from that office quite often about anything that's being done to the Lapidus Follies. That sometimes people want to put art installations and that type of thing on the follies, which the special event staff understands are sensitive structures, and so planning can certainly coordinate with them to make sure that nothing insensitive is being done to that area.
My concern with when you do replace a tile, it's going to stick out like a sore thumb. There's no way the grout is going to match. When you cut out a tile and you put another tile in and you regrout it in, maybe level and everything else, but it's going to stick out like a sore thumb. And that's my concern in something like this.
Do you have any response to experience with replacing tiles in other locations?
I mean, we do. Again, the tiles themselves are UV stable, so they should not be changing colors. Grout does absorb color and stains over time, but that's why we're proposing the sealer to prevent that. There are also chemicals that can be used to clean grout. I do it at my house. So there's ways around it. I think it's just a matter of how, how attentive the city's maintenance team can be and how tight our maintenance manual is, which I think is highly needed. We're also talking about a small space, right? Lincoln Road is 8 blocks long. We're talking about a really, really small space that we want to make extra special. And along with that comes the value of what you're getting out of it and a little bit more maintenance, perhaps.
When we turn over the project, we'll turn over a maintenance manual to facilities.
Right.
With all that information.
Okay. All right, great. Well, I was going to thank you for all those, for your patience with these questions and comments. And I was just going to, I agreed with Elizabeth with the font of the previous font, which I believe is just a stretched version of the, you just squash the font down. Is it a new font with a new name between the old and the new, or is it just that you've pulled them? It's just, if you look at the Lincoln Road, you look, for example, in the A on the old Lincoln Road, it's a bigger, taller triangle than the triangle in the A of the new one.
John, would you point us to the page you're looking at so the
Oh,
rest of us can join you?
I'm looking at page 20, sorry.
Thanks.
Page 20.
So the font of the original sign is not the font that is proposed for the wayfinding. And that was a comment that we had received before. It's more of a logo. So when we do logos, we have a particular font that's a little more elegant, a little bit more simplified as a graphic. And then you have the font that you use for typing messages that needs to be a little bit more standardized. The comment that we had received is that the discrepancy between the fonts made it look like a different family. So the sign right now is the font that is proposed for the wayfinding.
I was
The
only going
direct
to say that
translation.
even though I prefer the logo font to the slightly more stretched without the horizontals on the I. I still appreciate that. I appreciate that they're all the same because I think that's really going to look like a graphic package that had been thought through. So
I think from a readability perspective as well, these extra legs that may not be as elegant do assist with reading off the font.
yes.
I was going to suggest if you could get rid of the horizontal legs on the eye. They really bother me. The amount of eyes you may have there, I don't think they will make the reading that complicated, and it just looks so much nicer. It just, I mean, for me, it just hurts my eye when I look at it and I saw those little things there, because that's the only letter in all of them that has anything like that. Everything else is much more
May
simple.
I ask you, is that only a comment for the sign or is it also for the font at large? Because
I would ask for the whole. If you were going to change it,
font
just
at
add
large,
more.
we
change for everything, so we are consistent.
We're just not scoped to create a custom font. These are the fonts that are available. So I would need to ask our graphic designer what would be the complexity of customizing the eye. For the sign, it's not an issue because we're building the sign. But when it comes to all the other signage,
Yeah, it's just by fate that all the sign findings you show here, there is no capitalize there. So the only capitalized we can see in the package was the one on Lincoln Road.
We should actually look to the bid on what they think is the right font. They're the ones that have to live with it forever, you know, and since we're sort of wishy-washy over the font, I think the bid really should be the one that would say we like this one better.
I believe it's our job. If the bid were going to be on the dais, they would be making. But they've weighed in. I agree. I agree with Elizabeth, but I think the compromise here is to do what you did, which was make it all consistent, one way or the other, because that's. I think you're going to find people on both sides of the eye with horizontal.
That's why I said
Go ahead.
wishy-washy.
Well.
If I may, so I was just sitting here thinking. I remember that comment coming up, and I don't know if it was somebody who's still sitting on this board that made the comment last time. I do think that if I recall, one of the discussions with the eye and whether or not it had this, whether it's with serif or sans serif, right? Is in the previous iteration, it had the lines that you can all see on the first page of your book, and it all kind of looked like it ran together. Once you lose the lines and just have the Lincoln Road, it doesn't look like it runs together in the same way, and so I think that might be resolving the problem in and of itself, or a perceived problem. I agree with consistency. So, I mean, if there's a way to shave the serifs off and make that, I think even, I think the new, like the standard word font is now sans serif as opposed to Times New Roman. It's a sans serif font. And kind of the tendency, the trend is going that direction. So from a readability standpoint on a piece of paper, I prefer serif fonts. As somebody who reads lots of papers and writes lots of papers. But from a graphic design perspective, which is not certainly my expertise, but just from a visual appearance, I like without the serif. And I don't want us to be wishy-washy, but I think the rule of thumb, the suggestion that's made is consistency. But my preference is to the sign at the end of Lincoln, the monument sign, if you will, is that what we're calling it, monument sign, to not have the serif on the I. And if that means that we look at being consistent throughout the district without having the serif on the I's, then I would support that if that is a possibility.
I noticed that Debbie and Jake are conferring. Debbie, did you have anything you wanted to add to this?
I mean, I think it's a great discussion. Personally, I agree with Elizabeth. I don't like the serif on the I. But if you look at the font, and again, that's just a personal preference. It's not a recommendation to this board whatsoever, because I wouldn't, do that. If you look at the font, only the I has a serif. It is a serifless font that they chose, except for the I. Now, the I plays a part in our sign for Lincoln Road because we have an I. And then, so my only concern would be really, they can chop it off the monument sign, but then they can't chop it off the wayfinding signs. So consistency would be, we have an I with serifs. If you wanted to have a slight inconsistency, they could easily change the monument sign. But then it's not consistent throughout. And I do think consistency is important throughout the city, particularly important on Lincoln Road.
And we determined for sure there's no other font.
Well, my question was, she said we don't have in our capabilities a custom font, but it sounded to me, perhaps I misheard, that the possibility is still open that we could perhaps lose the serifs on this I. You would have to speak with somebody that's not in this room at this moment.
No,
Did I misunderstand?
Okay, so our scope of work includes the graphic design for the project, which we've had since 2016, and it's always been this font and this graphic. The font is an off-the-shelf product. You buy it and you create your identity out of it. That's what I mean by not being able to eliminate the serifs from the I. That would mean that we're basically designing a font, and our graphic designer would need to go through the extent of designing the font and basically getting a license for it, which it's a little bit above and beyond what the scope of work here might be. We could look at an alternative font, but again, because we are coming back to you after having the whole project being approved, this goes above and beyond what our contract is, and the city would need to be okay with having us explore an alternative. Lastly, we could chop off the serifs from the sign because the sign is a built construct and we have no issue doing that. It's just a consistency question. I'm sorry to be so specific about our contract, but we're just trying to get this built after 8 years, so it adds up.
If I could just point out to clarify our recommendation, I think the font as currently proposed does satisfy your criteria. It's perfectly appropriate to approve as is. So I think Mr. Stewart said a lot of people are going to have a lot of different opinions on it. And it really is, it comes down to kind of your personal gut feeling when you see things. So, I'm here with whatever the board decides, but we are supportive of it currently proposed.
Okay, and I'll just add, just for the record, that the horizontal bars above and below the I are not serifs. They are just horizontal bars above and below an I. It's an all sans serif font in both cases. But that said, I think understanding the complexities that you've just outlined and your position, I would recommend that we go with what we got. Consistency across Lincoln Road is more important. That every time you see Lincoln Road, it's not like somebody just put up a sign and wrote it themselves and typed it out themselves, but it looks like it's the official sign that the bid, is using. So, anyway, I don't know if anybody else has any other comments. Otherwise, go ahead, Elizabeth.
Since I was the one that stirred the pot, I feel like I need to say something at the end. So I was the one that brought up the comment last time about the consistency, and I do believe that consistency is more important than my dislike of the little bars on the I. So I will go with John. I think we just go with what we have and just drop it. So apologize for the turmoil I caused.
So with that, but I want to thank you for your observations. Would anybody like to propose a motion?
I'll propose a motion. I'll propose that we give the certificate of appropriateness, subject to the staff recommendations. And I guess addressing the inconsistencies that were articulated earlier, I believe. Oh, with also option 1 chosen as the ceramic, I'm sorry, correct, as the ceramic hexagonal option. And keeping the font as is shown on page 19.
A second? So it's really the staff recommendation with the option 1 as recommended by staff. A second? Ray? Debbie, you want to call the roll?
Yes, I will. Ms. Lovell?
Yes.
Mr. Meyer? No. Ms. Camargo?
Yes.
Mr. Breslin?
Yes.
Mr. Ehrlich?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Okay, that passes. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Okay, our next application is HPB 230604. This is 1709 Jefferson Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the construction of a new townhouse development to replace an existing surface parking lot, one or more waivers, and a variance to exceed the maximum permitted fence height. This particular site is located at the intersection of 17th Street and Jefferson Avenue. It is within the RM1 zoning district, so it's a residential multifamily zoning district. It is surrounded to the north by a single-family zoning district. RM2 zoning to the east and CD3 commercial zoning to the south. The applicant is currently proposing a 10-unit townhouse development consisting of twin 4-story buildings arranged around a central motor court. The existing property is currently used as a surface parking lot. So staff is generally supportive of the application and does commend the applicant for proposing a high-quality structure on what is the surface parking lot, which is not adding any value to the current residential neighborhood to the north. The straightforward design is accented by projecting balconies, gold color screen elements that reference the Morris Lapidus design building located at 1688 Meridian Avenue. Further, we believe the distribution of architectural forms results in a highly compatible development, especially with the 17th Street built context. We did note a couple concerns in our staff report with regard to the design. One was regarding the transition area between the multifamily parcel and the single-family parcels to the north. We are making a recommendation that the motor court area be tightened up slightly to increase a landscape buffer with the single-family home. We also had some concerns regarding the rooftop elements. We are asking the applicant to explore mirroring the buildings along the east-west axis, which would minimize the rooftop stair and elevator bulkheads. We have also recommended that the rooftop elements not be painted a dark contrasting color, which in our opinion accentuates the additional height that those result in. The applicant is asking for one waiver. This waiver is with regard to the height of the parking level. The resiliency code does require a minimum height of 12 feet clearance above base flood elevation plus freeboard. So it would be 12 feet above 9 NGBD. The code, however, in instances where compatibility may be an issue, the code does allow the board to waive up to 2 feet of that 12 feet in order to address compatibility issues. In this instance, staff does believe that is warranted, especially given the unique condition adjacent to a single-family residential zoning district. The applicant is also asking for one variance. This variance is with regard to the fence height. A 7-foot tall fence is permitted. That would be measured from grade. The applicant is requesting a 7-foot, 10.25 inch fence. Staff has outlined our rationale for the site and why we are supporting the variance. Number one, the buffer between the residential, single-family, small-scale home and this new building, we do believe is a unique condition and warrants that additional protection to the contributing single-family home. We also note that since this is entirely new construction, they are required to raise the grade of their site. So the site grade is being raised, but the measurement of the fence is still taken from grade at the sidewalk level. So these two issues, we do believe, create some unique circumstances which warrant the granting of the variance. I'm available for any questions, but that's all I had. Feel free to ask me any questions.
So narrowing the car circulation there, what was proposed and what are you suggesting? Because I can't read, the font is very small on the drawings.
So we didn't have a specific number that we were suggesting. I believe since our staff report came out, the applicant has considered our recommendation and did submit
An Exhibit A?
an Exhibit A. I don't know if those were distributed to the board members, but
Yes.
okay.
It's all Exhibit A, and, sorry for the,
You do not have Exhibit A. I think we have an extra one, Brian.
sorry, it's coming. So, Elizabeth, in answer to your question? No, it's okay.
My question is what was proposed and what's the new version of it?
Sure. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to respond to Liz's question.
Can we just wait for just 1 second? We'll just
Jake and I did review the plans, which was an enhanced landscape plan as well. And we do believe that Exhibit A is consistent with our recommendation.
Okay.
It's just we wrote our recommendation prior to receiving Exhibit A.
Yeah, and you mentioned bulkhead structures in your report.
Correct.
Are
Now, I believe those are shown modified on Exhibit A.
Okay, all right.
We agree, but they're not shown.
Okay. In the plan, they're shown.
Okay.
In the floor plan, which
In the, yeah,
is
but it was a
consistent
color,
with.
it was a recommendation of a paint, of a color.
And the
painted, yeah.
color, but also shifting of those structures.
Yeah.
We were just
Okay.
trying to minimize the
Okay,
length of Exhibit A, and I thought the motor court reduction was an important site plan for you all to consider.
Okay, so any other questions just for Debbie?
I do. Currently, it's shown the driveway is 19 feet. How much are you expecting, a reduction of how many more feet or inches? And is that really going to create any difference in the sight lines for the building and adjacent properties?
Yeah, I think the issue here, because the 19 feet is the reduction.
Is
And
the
we're
final
supportive
reduction.
of the reduction.
Okay.
The original plans, some of the board members may not have, and we'll do our best to distribute, because those were part of your April package.
Right.
And
And so I think that's where the confusion is lying. The April meeting was unfortunately canceled, and we did not redistribute those same plans. So Jake is passing out some sets of the original
And Mr. Chairman, just to put a finer point on this, when Debbie releases the staff recommendation, we try to do what we can to be responsive. So in answer to your question, Haskell, like from garage door to garage door is 29 feet. You're right in that it's a driveway aisle width, but we reduced it from 29 feet to 24 feet. And we apply that to an increased interior side yard setback along our north property line, which pushed our whole building farther south to give them more room.
I appreciate that because I don't think one could live with much less than 19 feet. I think that would be difficult.
I agree.
Okay. With that, thank you very much, Debbie.
Yes.
Michael, please take it away.
So good morning, Mr. Chairman, board member, staff. Michael Larkin here representing the applicant. Could the presentation be going up, please? Great. So I'm here today with the owners, Igor Mission and Michael Trojanowski, appearing via Zoom, our architects, Kobe Karp and Taylor Shimade from Kobe Karp Architecture, our landscape architect, Christopher Cowley, our traffic engineer, Jorge Pena, and Michael Yiannopoulos is my colleague. Staff is recommending approval, and we accept all conditions set forth in the staff recommendation without objection. Next slide, please. Next slide. So the property is located within the Palmview Local Historic District. The property is at the corner of Jefferson Avenue and 17th Street. The property is surrounded by single-family residential use to the north, multifamily to the east, and then, of course, office buildings to the south. So it is purely a transition zone. RM1 is the appropriate transition zone here. Next slide. The property is currently a surface parking lot, which has outlived its usefulness. It's time to have better architecture here. It did serve the operational parking demand of the office building to the south, but has no longer become necessary since, I guess, since COVID, people going to the office has slacked a lot, so it is virtually unused now. So it's time for a better use. Next slide. Just about this time last year, you all approved a multifamily rental apartment building in this very same location, but then ownership changed and that project went by the wayside. Next slide. So now the project will transform this existing parking lot into a 10-unit townhome community. The ground floor will contain a driveway and garage parking for each unit. Then you have 2 buildings with 5 units per building. As Debbie has summarized for you all, we're requesting a COA for demolition and design. We're requesting a waiver to reduce the height of the ground floor parking area from 12 to 10 feet. And we're requesting a variance based upon our discussion with the neighbor to the north. His main concern was privacy. So as you'll see throughout the course of the presentation, every different way we tried to address that concern. And here we advanced the wall height just a little bit more to give him more privacy. And Exhibit A is not meant to frustrate you. Please note that Exhibit A, just the multitude of changes are really landscape changes we try to show you in different ways. The 2 architectural changes were adding a planter box on the edge of the north building and the rooftop area, so the occupants of that townhome unit could not peer into the yard of Mr. Boulevard to the north. And the only other architectural change was, of course, pursuant to Debbie's suggestion, a reduction in the width of the motor court in order to give him more privacy. Next slide. So here all is a chronology. We take neighbor outreach very seriously. I had 2 phone calls with Juan Boulevard prior to the February 23rd, on January 27th and February 8th. He expressed me a number of desires and change that he wanted. I brought that to the design team. And so when we had our official meeting with him on February 23rd, we were able to give him all the changes. He was very appreciative of that. On March 14th, we met with the Montclair Homeowner Association. They didn't like the gumbo limbos along the shared property line. They preferred to have live oaks. So we instead put live oaks. I assume that the live oaks are there now, and they just wanted a continuity of the existing foliage. So instead of gumbo limbos, we're now having live oaks. And then we met with the Palmview Neighborhood Association, which is the most general association governing this area of Miami Beach. And we had a good meeting with them as well. It was during that meeting that Mr. Boulevard expressed some dissatisfaction with the screening element that's on top of the wall on our shared property line. We gave him 4 options. He chose 1, and that's now a part of Exhibit A. And then on April 11th, he asked that Chris Cowley come to his home and suggested to him different types of landscaping that could thrive in shade. And Chris Cowley did make that appointment and met with him and made a number of suggestions to Mr. Boulevard that he can incorporate on his side of the property line. So with that, I think I'm going to turn it over to Kobe Karp, the real star of this show, and let Mr. Karp walk you all through his design.
Thank you very much. So my name is Kobe Karp. Thank you so much. I love your new headquarters. Such a pleasure to be here since 1990. If I can go to the next image. So this is the site plan. The site plan is quite interesting, as you know, Debbie and Jake and everybody has worked together. It's really a nice plan that works together. And I think that the comments by the neighbor actually have helped the project. We have more green space, landscape space around. We basically have an opportunity to create the townhomes, and we do agree with staff comments. You can see here where the tops are a bit dark in the color. Staff is asking us to make it lighter and to make it the same color as the white one. We agree with that. And the metal, you have it on the sample material. We have metal, which we picked up on the Morris Lapidus immediately adjacent. And the notion is to, on the brown there, is just to make it feel shorter. As you can see, the layout is quite simple, and each unit has a bit of a garden and also a landscape that comes all the way around. And Chris, who's going to come up and talk about the landscape, I think has done a phenomenal job to create the green spaces and really create a product here, which is contextual with the immediate neighborhood of residences. This is the material board and the elevations which we have, and the landscaping of how it's implemented vertically into the design of the building in a sustainable and resilient fashion. These are the elevations. And again, the landscaping and the client is deeply wanting to create and deliver a project that is second to none in this community. Chris, can you come up and talk about the landscape just a little bit? And I'm here for any questions and or suggestions. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Chris Colley, Landscape Architecture. It's an honor to be here, speak about this wonderful project. And I also want to say that the new chambers here are very nice. It's very bright, welcoming, and it's and somehow it still seems more intimate and larger at the same time. So, but happy to speak about the project if we want to bring up the slides. Okay, here's our overall landscape master plan. We did work really hard with our design team and also with the neighboring buildings and the neighbor to the north to really make sure that the project is nestled into the environment, into the landscape in a really sensitive way. We did that through with a number of strategies along Jefferson Avenue to the west. What I consider the frontage of the project, that's where you enter. We are preserving some of the really large canopy trees that are currently there in the right-of-way. And you can see those on the far left. We thought that that was a really great thing to do, and it provides the first layer of landscape screening when the project is viewed, when coming from that direction. Then as you move closer to our front property area, we have a row of bridal veil trees, and that is a second layer of screening. And then as you get closer to the building, we have some large sable palms and two large flanking gumbo limbo trees on the left and right side of the driveway, so that you really feel like you're entering a really beautiful landscape space. And we think this is really important because, I mean, it is such an important neighborhood and it's such an important opportunity, and we really want to do something beautiful with the landscape there that the community can be proud of and that everybody can be proud of. There's been a lot of talk about the way the property, the northern boundary of the property, where on the screen here, that would be at the top of the page. There's a person that lives there that's very, very nice, and we've met with him numerous times. And when we started the project, we had a scheme for very nice screening along that northern property line. And I think there's some exhibits that will be coming as we move through. But in summary, we have, through a number of additions, provided different layers of screening along that northern property line. Because I really do understand that if you had the residents there, how important this buffer could be. And I went and met with the gentleman on the property to really understand the scale of the space. And so along the northern property line there, we have, again, a layered effect. And in summary, the tallest layer, which are royal palms, that was mentioned earlier, like on the Lincoln Road project that everybody was fortunate to hear about. Then we have the sable palms below, and then we have a layer of evergreen trees along the property line. And so, you know, by doing that, what we're trying to do is create a screening that at the pedestrian scale and from the backyard of this gentleman's residence, you would just see these trees. But then, of course, you have the project rising up higher into the sky, and that's where the taller palm trees and everything come in. And we did a whole bunch of studies to really make sure that what we were proposing was going to work. Here's some additional slides. Here's an elevation that we made. This would be looking from Jefferson Avenue into the project. We really, yes.
How much more time do you need?
3 minutes?
Yeah, 3 minutes. Let me just make sure. Okay, so this is the elevation along the Jefferson Avenue side, and you can see what we're trying to do with the landscape. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory in terms of the layered effect there. On the far left in this image, you see the tall royal palms that will be separating the property to the north. That's the highest element that we're using to help transition the project into the environment. The driveway entrance is right in the middle of the slide here, and what you're seeing far beyond there are some very large trees that we're proposing along the eastern boundary. And so that's that slide, that side. Here's the northern boundary. This is what the neighbor to the north, when they look into our property, would see. There is a large, there is landscape in his portion of the property as well, which we're not showing in this image here just for clarity purposes, but you see the wall that would separate the property, but you can see how the layers of landscape really help to bring the building you know, into the environment there and to provide screening. This view right here would be from 17th Street. So there's a tall royal palms up and down that street on both sides of it. So here on the southern boundary of our project, we're proposing to keep those royal palms because we feel it's kind of like an urban design element of the street. And we also liked how that they help bring the project into scale. And then there's a little bit of a lighter landscape here. It's a little bit less in the sense that there's not so many layers of screening per se, but it's still tastefully done with a small row of trees along the back of the wall and some taller palms in between to help shield the balconies. This is along the eastern property line. This is what I believe it's the Montclair to the east would see. So there's some large trees that are basically at the end of our drive. I'll try and go a little quicker here. Here's a section along the northern property line. Again, our office and the team was making these because we really wanted to prove to ourselves that what we were proposing would be an awesome screen for the neighbor. We know how difficult it is to read landscape plans. And so this was really helpful for us. We made these 3D renderings as well. That at the bottom, what you see right there would be inside our project, and to the left would be the neighboring, to the left would be the north and the buffer that we have at the pedestrian scale between the properties. And then at the top is a perspective view that we made from the neighbor's backyard, looking so you can see how our building is screened. And then the far eastern property line along the Montclair. So I don't want to talk too much. Then we have some before and afters of the different types of levels of screening that we added. At the top there is how we started the project on the north. At the bottom are the different layers that we kept adding to provide additional screening. And that's pretty much, in summary, the landscape presentation. So I'm happy to answer any questions. And again, it's an honor to be here. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just so the last slide is the explanation of the variance that Debbie went over. You know, walls, unfortunately, buildings are measured from BFE plus freeboard and gives buildings a benefit based on flooding. Walls don't have that luxury. So walls are measured from the street, from the sod. So we have to bring in additional sod under current city regulations, but we can't measure our wall from our sod. We have to measure it from a common point of measurement, which is the ground. We do want to give him some additional privacy, and we believe the 10 inches are meaningful to him, and that's the basis of the variance. Thank you. That's all we have, Mr. Chairman.
Great, thank you very much. So board questions for the applicants? Go ahead, Brian.
Just a question on the palms. on the Royal Palms, is that the correct height at delivery?
Yes, and that's why exactly.
Okay.
Thanks.
No, you mentioned that, I think responding to one of Becca's comment, Deborah's comment, you're proposing the planters on the rooftop along the north, it's not in the drawings, right?
It should be in the
I didn't
drawings. It's in
find.
Exhibit A, I think. Hold on. But it's in a drawing, right?
Page A4.02. And also we have it on the A403 on the elevations.
Okay, I'm sorry, Kobe, can you repeat the first one again?
Yeah, 4.02 and 4.03.
Oh, that's the original one.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
No, I thought
Elizabeth, also, not to outdo Kobe, but in your Exhibit A, if you look at sheet L 1.03, they should
Yeah.
be depicted there as well.
Okay, yeah, I was not looking landscape plans because I figured this is
No,
an
I know.
architectural feature, so.
I did the same thing when I was preparing for the hearing. I'm like, where is it? And then I found it. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, and just since we're looking at L1.03, are the bulkheads that we're talking about on the top that the staff mentioned, are they on top of the building? Are they those, is that what will be painted white?
No, that's something
No.
different. That's in your staff
Where-
recommendation, Debbie? The
Yeah.
bulkhead.
The bulkhead. I'm still stuck on what the bulkheads.
Well,
where-
you've
where
got
they are.
the stair and elevator above the roof line.
Oh, they're the
and then you
bulkhead.
have the shade structures. that
Right, up
kind
on
of tra-
top, on the top. Okay,
Yes.
got it. Mhm.
Yes.
The elevator bulkheads. Yep. Thank you. And is there a rendering where you can see that north wall, like what the ultimate solution was? We've seen a section through it, but it's kind of hard to see.
So if L 1.06 as a part of Exhibit A, is there a rendering that depicts this additional landscaping? And L 1.05.
Those are the pictures actually that Chris went and met with the neighbor to the north and took those photos, and we made those images from that.
Okay, but they're kind of, okay, L105, is there one just where you see what the fence, like just what that will be before the landscape? Like, is it in L103? Is it on that top? Can you see, is it lightly laid out as, you can kind of see a fence structure drawn very lightly on top. It's about the same height. It looks like almost about the same height as the solid wall below. Okay, that's what it is. Got it.
Yeah, go ahead and identify that. and tell them. Identify the plan page.
Yes, hey, everybody. On sheet L1.04, there's this section along the northern property line. And so basically, I know it's a section, and you're not seeing it flat on, but basically below, you have a white stucco concrete wall. And then on top of it, there would be a small piece of vertical picket fence paneling in a manner that's been approved by the neighbor and designed with our design team.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I was asking, because if you look at L1.04, you look at the fence, it looks like there are some two horizontal, I'm cutting through two horizontals, but if you look at L103, you see only verticals. So I was just, I'm not quite.
I know the history behind that, I believe, is that and everybody, can speak to this, is along the Montclair, it's two horizontal silver panels on the existing wall along the east property line, but the neighbor to the north didn't want that particular type of design on their side. So then it was changed at some part of the process into a more black vertical picket to be more consistent with what they thought would be better for the boundary.
Okay, so the A1, the L1.04 drawing number 1, the section is not really showing the accurate fence between the northern fence. It would be the accurate fence for the eastern fence.
Correct. And if you look at
Okay.
A502, it shows it in elevation, I believe, the accurate elevation of that fence wall.
So there will be one kind of, the fence on along one property line will be different than the other side based on the adjacent neighbor, correct?
And that's
Correct.
not, this one would not be the north wall. That's also not drawn correctly. According to, if the most recent one, if the one that they're really going with is L1.03 drawing 1 that's where you see the verticals on top of the horizontal, on top of the knee wall?
I think it's my understanding that the A sheet shows the more accurate version
Right. So
without the horizontal
A5.02?
Yeah.
that we're referencing.
We're sorry for the confusing nature. I was just trying to limit the amount of plan pages.
This one. No.
A5.02 is a controlling plan page.
As part of the Exhibit A set?
Oh, looking at the original set. Oh my God. I want to give them my set.
No, it's.
I'll give you my set. That's the elevation I was
No,
looking
it's,
for.
it's our
Thank you.
fault, but
Thank you.
we're trying to capture everyone's preferences and design and give you all the most current information, and sometimes it will conflict with prior information. We apologize for that.
All good. Thank you for clarifying. All right. So with that, are there any comments for the, or any questions for the applicant? Otherwise, we'll go to disclosures. Oh. Any disclosure? Would anybody like to make a comment about the application? Great.
Since your last presentation, obviously, you've changed your whole direction here with the townhouses, and I think it's really great. There are a lot of condominiums for sale all over Miami Beach, not so many townhouses. I think it's interesting that you raised the one wall by 10¼ inches. I mean, why not 10 inches? Why not 11 inches? 10¼ inches? But I found that interesting. But I really think you've done a great job, and you've maintained the consistency of your original presentation. You know, if somebody were to look at this presentation and that presentation, you know, you'd say, you haven't made any changes in terms of your overall consistency with materials. And yes, you've changed your landscaping somewhat, but I think you've done a great job, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
I didn't see the previous presentation, but I do see this one in front of us now. I think I would hope that many other developers are sensitive to the community as much as you've provided to the surrounding neighbors. I think the building design is beautiful. I think it's set within the boundaries, and I applaud you for coming up with such a consistent design with the neighborhood. Thank you.
Yeah, I would just echo everything that has been said. I think that this product is really important. I'm so glad that you guys are actually doing it and building it, because I don't see it being built enough here. And the fact that there's a business model and a case for this, I think, is going to create precedent for other people doing these types of projects. They are, from an urbanistic standpoint, I think that they're incredibly needed. The integration of the landscaping, these samples are fantastic. Thank you again. I just say again, anyone that brings samples, really, really big fan. They're excellent, and to Lindsay's point earlier, it really does allow us to confirm and to validate what our thoughts are, because renderings do not tell the full story. So this is a fantastic asset and to the Palmview neighborhood, and thank you.
Elizabeth.
No, thank you very much for the presentation and the samples. I think I'm just following what he just said. It's very nice. I mean, one of the big challenges I think we have in the city is to propose new construction adjacent to existing and dealing with the heights and existing low height residents complaining about being overwhelmed by the adjacent properties. So I really applaud you reaching out to all your neighbors, making them all happy, making concessions to make this happen, because I think that's the way to move forward. So thank you very much.
Lindsay?
I don't have a lot more to add. I do echo the comments about the samples, but I've said that a lot today. It does really help, more than just kind of putting pen to paper. It really helps to see what this is going to look like when it is, complete. I do appreciate the limitations of this site and being able to provide fencing and the work that you guys have put into working with your neighbors and the neighborhood. So I applaud you for that, and I appreciate you bringing before us a good project. Thanks. And
Go ahead.
one more, John. Sorry.
Oh, please.
Yes, please.
And I'm going to echo what Brian said, and this is purely my opinion, not necessarily just purely my opinion, that I'm excited to see this. I think this is a type of housing stock that we lack in this area of the metropolitan, So I really appreciate that. So looking forward to it. Thanks.
I was just asking if one of the comments was to paint the bulkheads white. If you have a rendering showing that, because I have the feeling that having them dark breaks the white from the guardrail and the element or horizontal element on the top. So I think it makes them look a little actually shorter than they would be if it's all white. So if you don't mind having a rendering, then I think staff can look at them and decide. I don't want to hold you guys back any longer.
Will do. Thank you.
Right, so those are great comments, and I wholeheartedly agree. And I also wanted to compliment staff on the on your explanation for the variance. It was kind of a complex calculus to figure out exactly kind of how the site was working, how the heights, the new height, the old height, the fence, as you mentioned, Michael, but also how this presents a practical difficulty when addressing these, the land development regulations requirements on the site with the neighbors. So with that, I would, let's see, we'll first do a motion for the, should we start with the variances, or should?
Residents to return to the community, and this hopefully will be a catalyst to bring more projects that are similar. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we can resume.
Yes, absolutely. Always glad to have Mitch's comments.
Absolutely.
Yep. All right, so do I hear a motion for the certificate of appropriateness? Ray,
And
thank you. Yes.
One clarification
Yes.
for Elizabeth's comment that we could modify condition 1C, which we required the bulkheads to be painted the same color. We could say the paint color shall be further developed in a manner to be reviewed by staff for those structures.
Mm-hmm. You okay
Would you
with that?
accept that, Ray?
Okay.
Okay.
I'll second Ray's motion.
Great.
And I will call the roll. Mr. Meyer,
Yes.
Mr. Ehrlich,
Yes.
Ms. Camargo,
Yes.
Ms. Lovell,
Yes.
Mr. Breslin,
Yes.
Mr. Stewart.
Yes.
Okay. And then we need a second motion for the variance.
I'll move for the variance.
I'll second it.
Okay, let me call the roll. Ms. Camargo,
Yes.
Mr. Breslin,
Yes.
Ms. Lovell,
Yes.
Mr. Ehrlich,
Yes.
Mr. Meyer,
Yes.
and Mr. Stewart.
Yes.
Okay.
Great. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. All right. This is being moved after the rest of
Go first. Do it again. Keep it up.
What? Yeah, should we have lunch? Should we do a lunch trip now? Is there lunch here? I don't see anything to take this out of here.
We have two more to go.
Okay, our next application is HPB 24-0607. This is 1776 Collins Avenue and 1775 James Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a certificate of appropriateness for the introduction of a ground-level covered breezeway structure. The subject site contains two contributing buildings. They abut each other at the rear between Collins Avenue and James Avenue. Both buildings are owned by the same entity, which is our applicant today, and are currently functioning operations as one hotel. In order to more efficiently move guests between the properties, the applicant is requesting approval for the introduction of a pedestrian connector between the two structures. The new elevated walkway will connect to the rear of each building and will require very limited demolition in order to create the new openings for the vestibules on each side. The open-air walkways feature a sculptural form with undulating ribs composed of glue laminate wood. Staff, when we first met with the applicant, was very excited about this because it is at the rear of the buildings where we don't have any significant architectural features. And what they're proposing is really a visually interesting sculptural form, which we think is perfectly appropriate at this particular location on the buildings. It will also serve to activate right now. If you look between the buildings, it's kind of a dark service way between the buildings, which doesn't have much activity and does create kind of a little bit of a black hole on the block. So we do also think this will serve to enhance the public realm and also increase safety, as this structure will have an architectural lighting element to it. So we're very supportive. We want to thank the applicant for the creative design effort that was put into this, and we are recommending approval. I'm available for any questions.
Any questions for staff? Nope. All right. Please.
Thank you so much. My name is Paul Savage with law offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, Miami, Florida, with the Burkow Riddell Law Firm. I'm here representing the applicant today on item number 6 of your agenda. And I want to just take a moment to thank Debbie for that glowing introduction and for having several meetings with our design team as we came together with this modest but very important, functional, and beautiful part of our operations here at the hotel. So with that, I'd like to ask the staff to put up our PowerPoint presentation, please. And also, you can see here the location at 1776 Collins, with Collins being on the left-hand side of the screen there. And if you look to the middle of the two buildings between 1776 Collins and 1775 James Avenue, you'll see a rendering of the connector. Of course, we'll have, it's a little bit hard to see there, but I wanted to give you the context first. And with that, I'd like to introduce a member of our ownership team, Camilo Mataraz, who is going to just give a brief statement about their ownership of the hotel and their operations. Camilo?
Good morning, esteemed members of the Historic Board Preservation of Miami Beach. My name is Camilo Matarraz, and I am honored to stand before you today as the owner representative for Red 18 LLC, the company proudly overseeing both assets located at 1776 Collins Avenue and 1775 James Avenue in this vibrant city. Under our stewardship, both properties operate harmoniously under the esteemed Uma House by Urban Hotel flag. Today, we are thrilled to present a visionary concept aimed to enhancing the synergy between these two iconic locations. The proposal to connect both properties. This strategic initiative is not only intended to elevate the guest experience, but also to optimize the efficiency of our daily operations. Through this integration, we aim to further solidify our commitment to offering unparalleled hospitality while maintaining the historical integrity of these cherished landmarks. Thank you for your opportunity to share our vision for the future of these beautiful properties with you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Camilo. And I'll just like to go ahead and go through and take you through the application a bit. This is, of course, a location there at 1776 Collins Avenue. As described, this is the Collins Avenue frontage there with a 3-story existing contributing hotel going around to the 1775 James Avenue location. This is the frontage to the back of the property, if you will, with the structure. Again, all of the property and both of the structures are owned and operated under the same UMA Hotel flag. And so what the genesis of this whole program is that we have patrons, invitees, and staff who need the connectivity between the two structures, and we want to accomplish that so that will occur in a safe, lighted, and organized structure, and this will be a great improvement to the current situation. This slide depicts more closely the very distinct design that Debbie framed up for us. As this board knows better than I do, in the realm of historic preservation, you can go for a closely matching structure, or you can go for an obviously architectural variation statement. And so obviously we picked the latter in our design here. Also accompanying me today is Paola Reynoso, who is with the UMA Hotel flag and the operators of this site. And most importantly for today's proceedings is Rafael. You'll have to forgive me, Rafael Gussari. I think I did that. He'll have to help me. And so I'm gonna welcome Rafael, who really had the vision for this unique, really a focal point now. It's going to go from a kind of a dark service alley to something of real visual interest. So with that, and I can't take credit for it, it was Rafael's design. So I'm going to invite Rafael up now to go through and explain more about the materiality and his vision for this. Rafael?
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us. Rafael Guisarri here with Glavovic Studio. We are the architect for the project. We're based in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Not to repeat what has been said already, the need for this has been explained, and we were tasked with that simple need of we need to connect these structures protected from the elements and create some continuity and a better guest experience. What we did encounter when we started looking at this is that both buildings are from a different era, and therefore probably I would speculate because of flood regulations they are at a different height. So we have about 1.5 feet roughly of difference between the both floors, which looked like a big challenge in the beginning, but it became an opportunity because, as you probably know, we have to make this accessible. We cannot use steps. And the idea of a sloped surface, in this case, is technically not a ramp by code, allowed us to prolong the experience, like it or not. We would have to walk instead of 10 feet across the alley, closer to 40 feet now. And the challenge was, well, how do we do that in an alley, which currently, even though these buildings are interesting architecturally, the alleys are not the most interesting part of them. So what do we do to create a good experience for the guests? And this is what we came up with. It's a rhythmical structural element that happens every 2 feet. At night, those would be accentuated with linear LED lights that will hopefully accentuate that rhythm and provide an interesting experience and evoke something on the user, whatever it makes you think of. It could be an old wood plane fuselage or the belly of Moby Dick, whatever mood you're in. The proposed material is glue laminated beam or cross laminated timber, whichever way you want to call it. They're similar. We've been looking into that as an organic, sustainable material that is renewable. Our firm and our client have a commitment to these types of approaches to buildings. This will be floating in the alley. It would not make contact with the ground. It will be held by steel tubes that attach to the current structures, accentuating its unique sculptural, playful form and intent. The top of it is going to protect the users from the rain via a polycarbonate cover that would allow the passage of light while avoiding water getting in. The ends are open, as you can see. This is not an air-conditioned space, and we're looking at laminated glass guards at the ends that will try to be as invisible as possible. The drainage is going to occur via hidden gutters. We're trying to make those invisible. And the floor material, if we can move to the next.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Oh, that's a clicker. Thank you very much.
To the right.
This is a view from the interior. Again, this is a slope surface, not a ramp technically, just because of the low slope, which allows A, not to have to introduce guards and handrails, and B, to create an effortless experience. People are going to come with luggage. There might be elderly people, who knows. So we wanted to make it as effortless as possible, so the experience would be to enjoy the structure rather than watching your step. This is a material palette that is trying to show some of what inspired us. We see different uses of glue laminated wood. The one picture on the top right shows glue laminated wood with a translucent roofing material, which then takes us to a close-up of what we're currently thinking as that material on the lower left. The floor, we're thinking about an epoxy for several reasons. Epoxy is very mechanically and chemically resilient. For an exterior material, it's going to see a lot of traffic, luggage, carts from staff. All of that was important in the election of the floor.
And indication of this modest addition between the two structures. This is a cross-section from our plans illustrating what Rafael was just explaining to us with the laminate structure and the glass panel guardrails on the ends, and then of course otherwise open. Also, I noted, as Rafael was explaining to us, the floating nature, that it would not touch the grade. This is a final rendering here. As you can see, as Debbie mentioned, this is going to go from kind of an uninteresting and perhaps actually an issue of safety, really, kind of a dark area. This will now be lighted with eyes on this area, with people connecting between the two buildings in a much more safe, well-lighted, and really visually interesting addition here. So with that, this is a gorgeous rendering here too. Looking straight down, you can see the lighting effect of this really unique design. Just wanted to note that before coming for a landing and respectfully request your favorable action on a certificate of appropriateness for this modest but really important for our operations project. And we're here for any questions. I have Raphael here for any design questions. And again, we thank staff for all the assistance and help. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any questions from board members for the applicant?
Well, first off, congratulations. UMA will now have something that we have to name because the Betsy has an egg that connects to the building. So you have to have a name for that. In looking at this, I had a couple of concerns. I mean, I think it's a great design, but I have to look at sometimes the practicality, and that is the fact I'm a little concerned about somebody crawling underneath this and getting stuck. Homeless people may be deciding to sleep underneath it. I'm concerned also about, with it being open, that somebody can climb up over and then get into your buildings that you might not want to have come into your building. And the other thing is, with ADA, shouldn't there be a railing on that ramp? Those are my only concerns. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll start with the last question because it's the easier one to understand because it's straight code. Under ADA, a ramp is considered anything 1 in 12 up to 1 in 20, and that introduces the need for guardrails and handrails and certain types of landings. We are at a 5% slope, which is 1 per 20, which is outside of what is considered a ramp technically. It's a slope surface. It's a very subtle slope. Therefore, what we will be adding is a curb that separates both inclined planes to avoid, obviously, anybody tripping. Correct. We will be doing that, but we're not looking to have handrails or guardrails. They're not required, and I don't think, quite frankly, they're necessary because it's, again, a very gentle slope. To the concern about people crawling underneath it, it's not going to allow for a lot of room. It's quite close to the ground. That being said, a small enough person could potentially do that. We can explore ways of securing this. Yeah, it could be via some sort of boundary that is compatible with design. It could be landscaping or something of that sort.
And the other thing was the fact that you can climb up over the railing and get into the building. Like when you come to the lobby, you've got people there at the front desk and whatever to see people that are coming in. Mm-hmm. All of a sudden now you've got this area that it doesn't have a security guard or anything like that there. Somebody be climbing up over and getting into your building you might not really want to do that. Are you going to have some sort of a card system, that a guest or your employee has to, click in to be able to get into the building?
Sure. We're not quite at that level of design, but that's a very valid concern. Just by experience as somebody who's design hotels and use hotels, as you well know, once you get through front desk, they give you a card, right? And I would expect that to be connected to these doors and restrict access to anybody that doesn't have one, just like an elevator does, right? Currently in hotels most of the time.
Those are my questions.
I have a question for the designer. What is between the glue lamp portals along the length of it?
Structurally?
Structurally or the finish? What are you going to see when you're walking through this? Because the glue lamp portals are 2 feet on center, I think, right?
Correct.
So what's between them?
We're looking at a polycarbonate roof.
That's the roof. If I'm walking along the length of it, what's on
Structurally
the
speaking?
sides?
Structurally speaking, you mean? I'm sorry if I'm not understanding the question.
No problem. You're looking at the 2 buildings on either side? You're
Correct.
looking at blank walls.
They're not blind, they have windows, but yeah, they're just stucco-clad walls with not a lot going on for them.
So just all you're doing is putting portals every 2 feet along the length and they're undulating?
Yes, you wouldn't really see the walls much. You would see the end of the alley on either side as you look forward. As you look sideways, yeah, you would see the stucco from the walls, I guess is what you're asking.
So it's open and there's actual ventilation coming in from all sides?
Correct. Not from all sides. It would be from the short sides.
From the sides, if you will, and along the length?
Correct.
From the ends and from the sides?
Not from the sides, because it abuts directly against the existing hotels. So there would be no possibility of ventilation
I
through
see.
the long sides, only the short sides, which are about 10 feet width.
Okay, all right. I'll take that. Thank you.
Yes. So the polycarbonated cover that is happening above the glulam portals, are they on top or in between?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's something we studied when doing it. And speaking also with vendors that specialize in CLT, we thought that the cleanest and probably most cost-effective solution, and that also would accomplish the visual goals that we have, would be to span this material across the beams, as to avoid having to waterproof and flash at every joint, right? What that does also, now we have to think about how we maintain, because now it looks just like an arch, right?
Correct.
Without so we are probably gonna slot those, is what we're thinking, and continue the organic forms up top. Although it might not be worth it to do that. What we might do is have the end pieces where the polycarbonate stops, have these organic and playful shapes, and then it just be an arch on top, because you're not really going to experience it once you're inside.
Right.
So, yeah, that's a good question. It's something we discussed internally.
And the rainwater, how are you collecting that? If you have an arch, then you have more to collect.
Correct, yeah. So we're looking at two beams on the long sides, on both bottom and top. We are looking at, I don't know if it made it to the presentation, but there's a detail where we have a gutter that lives on top of those steel beams, and we'll have a slight slope to each of the ends. And then it will drain directly in what today is a gravel alley that has drainage structures. So we wouldn't have to do any infrastructure. It's the same amount of water, we're just rerouting it to our needs.
I was going to ask you something, it skipped my memory now. When he comes back, I'll ask to talk again. Thanks.
Lindsay, do you have anything? No? Go ahead.
So those beams that you refer to that will be supporting the portals, what's supporting the beams?
Yes, they would be supported by the current structure. We have a structure engineer that has helped us during this conceptual phase, and he expressed confidence that with the information we have about the existing buildings and the nature of what's there, he's confident that these could be anchored in a straightforward manner to the existing building without having to do anything expensive or, crazy in any way.
And the floor, the ramp, that's a slab? It's a concrete slab? And what's supporting the floor? If it's heavier, it cannot be supported by the portals, right?
Right. It potentially won't be a concrete slab. It might be framing. We're not quite there yet, to be frank. We didn't think a concrete slab would be appropriate. It might be framing and detail the epoxy in a way that will protect that from the elements for a long time. But probably not concrete.
And that would be supported by the existing buildings as well?
It would be, so there would be a framing that would support the let's say, cementitious boards. So let's go from the top to the bottom. Epoxy finish, cementitious board, light gauge metal framing structure that will then span into the two tubes along the long sides of the buildings.
Yeah.
That's conceptually what we're looking at.
Okay, so, no, thank you very much. The design was very pretty. I thought about the bats too. They have the orbit. I'm so happy to have another element, another iconic element on the beach, so.
Yeah, we're thinking about that.
Before you go back, I just want to ask you another question. So you mentioned both glue lams and CLT. How are you going to make that decision, and where do you think you're going to land on that? Because they're very different products.
Yes, we are consulting with a couple of different vendors, and it's all going to come down to what's the best for our climate, hot humid, which is not where you see most of these products. But they can be used. We've done some research. It's going to come down to budget and what the best product for our climate and our application is. I wish I had a straightforward answer of what exactly we're going to use at this time, but we really don't. I don't want to lie. But it's the look that we're going for, and the fact that it's a renewable material is attractive to us.
Right. You want to ask something?
I have one more question because I'm trying to understand this. On A16, you show the structure. If you look at A16, and it looks like, to me, trying to understand what you're doing here, on A23, it shows every portal flush with a wall on the ends, right? At that particular section that you're taking, you're showing the portal.
Oh, that one, yes.
In line, no.
not that one.
16, if we look at A16 for a moment. Right, the rendering, A16, sheet A16. It shows the frames away from the wall.
Yes, that is correct. At the point where the walkway ends on both sides,
Yeah, it tapers
Right.
right?
Doing that? The portals will continue for an extent. They're just decorative at that point, and they taper inwards to create a certain effect. Again, it's the fuselage / skeleton effect. It tapers at the ends. We thought it was attractive visually to do it that way, even though those last few ribs don't have a functional. They're more artistic than anything else.
And so in this rendering, A16, for example, we would have to envision some kind of gutter system, some kind of rain collection system that you would see
on
either side, right? And
well, the gutter will stop at the last. Let me try to say this in words. The gutters will stop where the floor stops, because past that, the only thing we're going to have is floating ribs. So water will go through them. So there will be no need for water collection on those last tapered ribs.
So rainwater comes down from the top, obviously, and then goes over the sides. I thought it was going to kind of collect at the end of the polycarbonate panels, but you're saying it goes, and the polycarbonate panels don't go all the way down to the floor, do they?
What you're saying is correct, but for the, so let's say, I don't remember the numbers, let's say the walkable surface is 27 feet long. The actual structure is 35. The extra is whatever that divided by 2 is at each end. Those ends are open to the elements.
Oh, completely open. Got it.
Where it's closed is the 27 feet where people walk, and that's where the gutter is. And that last rib on each side will go above the gutter, so you won't see it. Hopefully, we do a good job in detailing that.
From this, okay. And then I noticed that the windows on the second floor of, I assume it's the west building, are a little, maybe I'm on the, well, I'm just on A4. I'm on that same, on A16, basically that same rendering that's up on the screen. So the windows on the right side in that image, on the second floor, seem a little closer to your, structure. Are you, I guess the spirit of my question is asking about making sure that we're preserving the historic buildings and not damaging the historic buildings. How are you making sure that water doesn't kind of penetrate or is close to those windows, or how are you addressing
what we did for that was to make sure that the gutter is at least a foot below any windowsill, and that is the case as currently designed, because that a foot is plenty to allow us to detail that properly.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. Okay, Lindsay.
So I have a question. I'm looking at A08, the existing site conditions, and then A09, the street view, which seems to be essentially one with and one without the drawing. Are we losing the eyebrow between the buildings?
No, we're not.
Okay.
It interrupts once it turns, So you're looking at the eyebrow, it turns for a certain amount and then it stops.
Okay, because the existing site conditions, which is that just a photo, the existing site conditions? A08. That's not a rendering, that's a photo. Okay, sorry.
Yes. This.
So I apologize. I'm looking at A29, which is a demolition drawing. And I have to take back what I said. I apologize. We are demolishing the eyebrow after a certain point. And as needed. However, on each side, most importantly on the street side, that eyebrow will continue to turn for 23 foot 4 inches. And it will stop once our new proposed structure commences. So yes, we will demolish a portion of the eyebrow, in the alley only.
Let me look at this and I'll come back to you, sorry, go ahead.
I have another question on the floor plan 820. It shows like the continuous ramp going around, but then on the section on 824, it shows steps. Did you revise that to be a continuous ramp? Or the steps are still there?
Good question. There is both options. If you
Because the
If
floor
you-
plan doesn't
you-
show steps, so that's why I'm trying to understand what's what.
Well, it does. If you see the elevation, so if you look at your floor plan to the left of the plan,
The floor plan to the
so the
left.
one you were mentioning, 820, right?
Right.
So let's say you're coming from the bottom of the plan, right through the double doors,
Mm-hmm.
and you're there at 9 feet, which is matching the current building.
Correct.
You could, at your choice, if you're able-bodied and you don't have luggage and you want a shortcut, you could go to the left and go up 5.5 inches, then turn, go another 5 inches and get to 10 foot 0.5, and then do a third step and then go to 10.7.5.
But
So,
the
yes, you have
steps
the-
are not drawn in this drawing. I see the elevation marks, but I don't see any steps.
Well, there's lines, right?
Not on my plan.
Okay, I do have them, I'm sorry.
You have
I have
lines, I don't have.
I'll be honest with you, we could have used the symbol of steps, the, international
Yeah,
symbol
no,
of there's a
maybe
step
in the
here.
printing they disappear, but there are no lines in here. It just shows like a continuous ramp.
To the right. When you go to the right, you would go to the
No,
slope
okay,
surface.
so it's, our print does not have that.
Maybe.
Maybe there were very
But,
thin lines. I don't know.
but still, your question is a good one. You do have the option of using what are very large steps.
Okay, so you could go kind of straight and go to the door, or you can go the whole way around. And-
It's your
okay,
choice, yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's just that we are missing those lines.
Okay, so I had a sidebar conversation over here. So, and my question about the eyebrow was, okay, so I saw the demolition plan, so I see what you're saying is that the proposal on the demolition plan is to bring the eyebrow, or keep the eyebrow as existing, which is a reconstruction in the first place. So it's not, historic. According to Debbie, that was the sidebar conversation I had over here. And then this structure sits back behind that, and at the point where the structure starts, you will then demolish the eyebrow and move it. So, and I think what was confusing me is that in the rendering, that's A09, I guess, it looks like the eyebrow is totally gone, and I don't know that I have a perspective one way or the other, although it's interesting to me that the eyebrow is going to extend in front of, so I don't know how wide the eyebrow is. I could probably look at the plans and find out, but let's just say a foot for sake of discussion here. So you're going to have this concrete eyebrow that's sticking out a foot in front of this beautiful structure that you're proposing. I don't know that I have opinion one way or the other or what you can or can't do. I just wanted to point that out, that what we're seeing in the rendering is not actually what we're going to end up getting. Do you follow what I'm pointing out here? Okay.
I do. There could potentially be an inaccuracy in that particular model that was used for that particular rendering, it's possible. I can't tell you at the top of my head.
Yeah, I mean, inaccuracies happen. I just wanted to point out that I don't know that, subject to whatever staff says you can or can't do, I don't know that it wouldn't be the better idea to actually demolish the eyebrow all the way to the front of the building.
It's never in front of the structure at all.
Correct, because otherwise you have this, you know,
No.
in front of the structure.
My first impulse is to agree with that, if it's possible.
Again, I don't, that's my thought. Which is what it shows, it threw me off.
No, it's a great point. I was wondering, Debbie, could you, for all of our benefit, have the sidebar with us?
And that decision is up to the board. I don't feel very strongly either way, but Ms. Lovell's correct that, oh man, I don't know when it was, maybe 2017-ish. That portion of the building was approved to be totally demolished. So what you see along the side and that wraps around the rear is all a reconstruction. That's accurate. So there's no original material of the building there. It's circa 2018.
But that was the original design of the building.
Yes, correct. I don't have a strong opinion either way about where the eyebrow is retained and where it's removed. I mean, I do think along 18th Street, it's important. And I often like to see things turn the corner. That's always a nice detail when architects respect the corners of these buildings. But I don't have a strong opinion either way.
So, if I may?
Yes, please.
So I tend to agree about having it turn the corner. It's hard to see what that looks like in front of the structure, and I don't know if it's something that's worth holding this up on that.
If I might add, maybe the compromise is to turn the corner, but not go all the way to where the structure is. So you still have the turn of the corner, but because of the benefit of perspective, it's not really going to block that much of the view unless you're standing right in front of it.
Okay, and then my next comment was going to be, and I will allow our experts over here to correct me if I'm wrong, or the architect sitting on the other side of me, but the eyebrow, I mean, apart from the symmetry and the design aspect of it, the practical idea behind the eyebrow was to provide shading into these buildings and into these windows. You know, that's why they sit right above the windows, is to provide shading. Is that right? That's my understanding. So from a practical perspective, I don't think these windows need a lot of shade back here. And it's in the alley, and it's got a building right next door to it. So from that perspective, and if Debbie has no strong, if staff have no strong opinion one way or the other, then I think, I would probably be supportive of it, having it turn the corner, but I just, I don't see it sitting right in front of the structure as being the greatest idea from a aesthetic standpoint.
You can see what that might look like on A26. On those elevations, they kept, in that case, because they were using a different model, they kept it in. So you can see it in front, like a little block in front of the structure.
I think that's still a trimmed, it's shorter, if you notice, than the overall above it.
No, I think the original is shorter. Yeah, if you look at the existing, you'll see. It's not the same as the one near the roof. It's a little...
You may be right. To me, it looks like, though, that it might be perspective, because you look at the very end back here, it looks like they're connected by one piece, and unless that is running at an angle, then it's the same width all the way on both of them.
Yeah. So I guess all right. Well, let's continue with this, and I think we've perhaps exhausted our questions for the applicant, and you guys have responded. Thank you very much. And now we have board disclosures. Haskell, disclosure.
I've met with the attorney prior.
Okay.
To inform me of what the upcoming item. That's the extent of it.
Okay, thank you. Anyone in the audience, please come forward if you wish to comment. Anyone on Zoom, please raise your hand. I see one member of the public on Zoom, Mitch Novick. Hi, Mitch.
Hey, you hear me?
Yes, we can.
You hear me?
Yes.
Hello.
Hello, Mitch.
Hello.
Can you?
Yeah,
Hello?
there's a little delay. This is for the IT people. There's a little delay from when I unmute. It's silent for 20 seconds, and then I hear you again. Might want to look into that. Mitch Novick again. I am in support of the rear connection of these two assets and look forward to traversing the space one day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see no other members of the public wishing to comment.
Okay, very good then. Any board comments that would lead us to a vote? Any further discussion?
Do you think we should continue this just to get more information with the two different materials? I mean, we've had a lot of things that we've sort of, I think we're all in favor of it, but we're just don't quite have all the information that we should have. And if we continue it to get the answers, or we can simply leave it up to staff. I mean, those are our two choices, I think.
Yeah. Go, Lindsay.
So, I don't know that I have a strong opinion one way or the other as to continuing it or, approving and then leaving things up to staff. That said, I know, Ray, you asked a question about security, and I'm still concerned about that. I don't know that you've addressed my concerns. I don't know if that's necessarily within our purview, but I do have that concern that's outstanding. And I know, obviously, from this has to be an open structure. But that's just a concern that I have, and I would have liked to have heard more about that to understand how that's going to be addressed. And
Do you mean the swipe card security, or do you mean like the baby crawling under the
baby crawling under?
security?
I'm not totally clear how, because as if I understand it correctly, there's just the glass that goes up a portion of the way. How do we prevent people from coming in and over that? I mean, I wonder about that in my own building, right? How do I keep people from going over a 4-foot fence? But that's just a concern that I have.
So let me maybe ask you, Debbie, if how you, given Ray's concerns, how is this something that you think staff could address, given some board direction?
I think underneath the structure, it would be a relatively simple fix. They could put some landscaping, put a little bit of a screen. You see them in crawl spaces, in vents all the time. Just something simple. I think that could be effectively done pretty simply. I think with the security of someone climbing in, I think it would be somewhat challenging because it is off the ground and it is quite a way to kind of climb over. I also think the lighting, if the lighting is on all evening, that is the biggest deterrent and the most helpful deterrent, even if you don't have a barrier or a fence. Typically, people don't want to be seen if they're doing something illegal, which trespassing would be illegal in this case. So I think the lighting is, for me, the best security device. Now that would have to be maintained, and the hotel would need to, be consistently making sure that was operational. Mm-hmm. But other than that, it is more of an operational issue for the hotel to, figure out what their needs are going to be. They may not know until after the bridge is open if they see any issues. But I think at the ground level, certainly some, hostile landscape and some type of, you could even put a screen buffer so animals as well wouldn't get under there, which can cause all sorts of problems. So I'm happy to work with the applicant at a staff level if the board is comfortable with that.
And what about with relation to materiality, what it's going to be made of, and also how the rain drainage is actually going to really work, and even
Yeah.
lighting, which we haven't seen or really addressed, where the lighting is and how it's going
I
to be.
think they showed us the concept of the integrated lighting
Yes.
into the system,
Yes.
which is, modern technology, but, that is widely available now. I think in terms of the materiality, what we would be looking for is the visual effect.
Okay.
We're not going to dictate to the architect or the engineer what the most appropriate material is. We would just be confirming that whatever material is finally chosen, that it creates a very similar visual effect than what was presented today.
Okay, and on the issue of the eyebrow, eyebrow.
So of the eyebrow, right now, I mean, the path of least resistance in terms of the appropriateness criteria would be to move forward with the design as proposed, which is to maintain the area. I was just looking at that elevation of the building. I think I don't necessarily have any concerns as long as the eyebrow turns the corner. And I noticed there's one window, and then beyond that window, there's an FP&L kind of closet. I don't think there's any need to create any sort of overhead protection above the FP&L, but I would ask that maybe that it turns the corner just to cover that one window, which would also be historically appropriate, and it was often done with buildings in the 1930s and 40s trying to save money. They would just, turn it over one bay. And I think that would be perfectly appropriate, and I am happy to work with the team at a staff level on that.
So, okay, go ahead.
I was just going to add that I don't have a problem having staff following up on all those decisions with the applicant. But if you feel like there is a significant change on the intention of the design, then to bring back to us, because as they say, the devil or God is in the detail, and then as you start working out some of the questions we ask about the support, the gutter, the roof, it may end up changing more than we anticipate, and then at that case, I think it should come back to us.
Absolutely.
And are you okay with that kind of suggestion? Okay. So can we have a motion and a second?
I'll move.
As for staff
As for staff recommendations, with the eyebrow condition as Debbie just described, rounding the corner over the first window, and for materiality of the actual structure itself to be worked out at staff level. But if there's any significant changes in the design, for it to come back before us. Does that seem accurate? Okay, I'll move it.
Okay, let me call the roll. Ms. Camargo?
Aye.
Mr. Ehrlich?
Yes.
Mr. Breslin?
Yes.
Mr. Meyer?
Yes.
Ms. Lovell?
Yes.
Mr. Stewart?
Yes.
Congratulations, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We appreciate all the feedback. Thank you.
Yes, lunch was delivered. We have one more item, which is a preliminary evaluation. So I'm not sure what the board, if you want to grab your food and then we can.
Can we eat during the presentation?
Yes.
Can talk
Do you
about-
mind?
No problem. Just your mouth closed, but it's okay.
So I was going to hand out do the Vanna White and hand out the letters of support from Miami Beach and the bid.
Yeah, that's fine. Let's do that. No, I think you should, I'm gonna actually sit, so you can pick either of these podiums. That's good. Fine. I think that's why Sarah probably left that room. Okay.
Chairman, have a little bit more time.
Exactly right. Somehow the AC has got everything right. It's not very cold. It is. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Larkin, I think we're ready to go. The next application on the agenda and our final application is HPB 240608. This is 947 Lincoln Road, also known as 1657 Michigan Avenue. An application has been filed requesting a preliminary evaluation for exterior facade modifications. This building has kind of a good amount of history with this board. It is a contributing building. It was built in 2 phases, quite early in the city's development, actually. The original construction date was 1924. It was later renovated in 1938, significantly renovated, and the exterior design was changed in 1938. Since that time, additional modifications have been made to the structure over time. And the applicant is here before you today for what we call a preliminary evaluation. This is something that the land development regulations permit as a non-binding review, an opportunity for the board to review a proposed project. The level of detail is not going to be the same as it would be if this was a formal application, but it gives applicants an opportunity to really understand the board's direction. So in hopes that they will come before you with a formal application with more of these details fleshed out. Staff has actually met with this team on several occasions. We are very enthusiastic about a new, extremely high-quality tenant on Lincoln Road. This would be for a restaurant tenant. The team has very successful restaurants in Los Angeles, and they also have a successful restaurant in the city of Miami. So when we first discussed this particular building, obviously this building has some issues. It's been vacant for quite some time. It has had an increasingly negative impact on this portion of Lincoln Road. As we discussed earlier today, I think we're all very much looking forward to the Lincoln Road Master Plan and reinvigorating Lincoln Road, which would also include filling some of these vacancies up with high-quality tenants, which would be toward the vision of the city to renovate and reinvigorate Lincoln Road. As previously discussed, this building, and we outlined it more specifically in our evaluation, has been modified several times over time. There was maybe 5 years ago or so, a project that was approved by this board, which was a very significant intervention that included a large new addition and substantial demolition. This current applicant actually is proposing to do a much lower level of intervention, basically retaining the entire building and creating a new restaurant venue within the building. The most significant portion of the building that the applicant would be asking to modify would really be the Michigan Avenue side. This particular restaurant concept, which the applicant will get into a little bit further, does require a substantial level of privacy on the interior. Through our discussions, the applicant desired to have opacity on the windows along Michigan Avenue, which of course is not something that staff would be able to review administratively, because administratively we would be required to either restore the building back to its original and keep a decent amount of transparency from the sidewalk into the space. But, you know, we're trying to balance good development, historic preservation, and the revitalization of Lincoln Road, and we do think this is a really good opportunity to do a low intervention project which would repair the building. This building has had some minor repairs over the past couple of years, but when I say minor, the bare minimum has been done to this building. There are some structural issues with this building, and to find an applicant that is willing to work with the owner of the building to get this building repaired, get this building in a state where it can be reoccupied, is very important to historic preservation staff and the city. So we were really open to any kind of creative ideas. I think they're going to present some options where they would actually recall some of the original interior finishes of the building, which was a very significant Pecky cypress interior, and maybe bring that out to the storefront windows as part of their new concept. So staff is open. I think the applicant, who has not submitted any sort of historic preservation applications in the city before, really wants to get an understanding of what this board may be willing to approve should they come back to this board. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Larkin, and I am available for any questions.
Yeah, please.
This is a question for Debbie. In your summary, you mentioned that at one point you talked about a potential FAR increase, and I just wanted you to highlight for us what mechanisms that the applicant would have for achieving that FAR increase. Am I reading that correctly, or?
Oh, unfortunately,
In your,
I see,
in your
that's a
staff
wrong,
analysis?
that is the wrong page.
Oh, really?
I see that page got stapled on the.
Because it
see.
references
Let me
Michigan
make
Avenue
sure.
on page 3 of 3, and then it says, if, however, the FAR of the site was increased.
I think you were referring to it as a hypothetical in terms of the parking, the offsite.
Oh, okay, I apologize. Okay, so initially, when we met with the applicant was also going, not as part of this, but was also going to be, because this technically would be a change of use to a new restaurant. The code does say that if there's a change of use and FAR added to the property, they have FAR. They could add FAR. If they were proposing a new addition, which currently we were not aware that they're doing that, then a change of use would require a loading space waiver. They would be required to provide at least one on-site loading space for a change of use that also added additional square footage. If they do not add additional square footage, which we don't believe they are going to be, then the loading space waiver is not required. So we don't believe they're going to, if they come back with a formal application, that they're going to be required to even request that. If they were to request that, say on the roof they needed to construct a 500 square foot back of house area, if they were going to have seating on the roof, that would then trigger the loading requirement. At that point, based on our knowledge of this site over the years, we would be supportive of that type of waiver, because in order to get loading on the site, they'd have to demolish a significant portion of the building, which we would not recommend. So yeah, I apologize for the confusion of that.
Any other questions? Good to go? All right. So good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, board member, staff. Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here representing the H. Wood Group, the applicant. With me is Brian Toll, co-founder and president. Adam Corral, VP of Business Development. John Sofio is our designer, founder of Built Inc. He's appearing via Zoom from California. And Paul Savage, my colleague. You know, Lincoln Road is actually one of my favorite places in Miami Beach. I talk on and on about it whenever I'm lucky enough to have an application that somehow intersects with Lincoln Road. And it's just walking up and down it, you know, weekends as it gets busier and busier now, it's still exciting for me. And I think now Lincoln Road is waking up from a long slumber. I think there are bright spots that are cropping up in different parts of the road. You have Andre Carne de Red. It's a famous restaurant from Bogota that's coming at 455 Lincoln Road across from J. Paul's. Mila has expanded, just recently won an award for one of those beautiful restaurants in the United States. Then you have Salt and Straw, which has quickly become my favorite ice cream go-to place. I love it dearly. Once there once a week.
Are they paying you for that?
And then you come to our property, 947 Lincoln Road, where they propose, or our clients propose, to put Mr. Nice Guy, one of their many restaurant brands that have done quite well. They've already successfully brought Delilah to Brickell to much acclaim. It's opened up with a bang and continued to pack them in there, and it's an exciting experience to go there. In my view, this is the perfect application for you all to consider. The building is not well, and an approval and application here will certainly renovate the entire building, keeping the level of intervention very low. On a macro level, I believe this restaurant alone will rejuvenate the western end of Lincoln Road, bringing in like-minded tenants in the general area. Once they see the success of Mr. Nice Guy, others will follow. That's pretty common. Can the presentation be brought up? Thank you. Next slide. Thank you. So as you can see, the property is a single lot located on the north side of Lincoln Road and the east side of Michigan Avenue. The property has a long frontage along Michigan and a short frontage along Lincoln Road. Next slide. The property was originally constructed in 1924, as Debbie said, and designed by William F. Brown in the Mediterranean Revival style of architecture. The original 24 design consisted of 4 equal-sized bays along Lincoln Road and 12 along Michigan Avenue. Next slide. In 1938, what happened was the Med Revival facade was hidden by an Art Deco facade that was designed by one of our most famous architects, L. Murray Dixon. Next slide. Then every property, every building here is not an empty building. It contains a cultural history. And here you have the Icebox Cafe that I remember standing in line, sometimes to my chagrin, and waiting for an hour or so to get in for brunch on the weekend to the Icebox Cafe. The best cake in America. This is a label bestowed upon it by Oprah Winfrey, and I'm not so culturally ignorant to know that that is not Oprah, but that is her best friend, Gayle King. It's just we couldn't find a picture of Oprah here at the Icebox Cafe. Next slide. As you all know, it opened up in 1998. It thrived in that location. It moved to Sunset Harbor in 2013, and unfortunately, recently closed in April. Next slide. Again, the lot size here is 7,500 square feet. It's located in Flamingo Park Local Historic District, and as Debbie said, it is a contributing structure. Next slide. And as Debbie also mentioned, the existing condition is not great here. There's a chain link fence with a screen there because there are certain chunks of stucco that are falling from the arched windows. And of course, a building in this condition does need some help, and that's why we're here, because we will renovate this building. Next slide. This is an important remaining example of the early commercial buildings. So remember, this was built in the 1920s, and it has survived close to 100 years now. So it's one of the best examples we have of a commercial building that's low-rise like this in the Flamingo Park Local Historic District. Next slide. So this will be the new location for the proposed Mr. Nice Guy restaurant. It's proposing a full renovation of the structure. The existing historic cypress interior material will be matched with interior window paneling along Michigan Avenue. There'll be a show kitchen on the southern portion of the building. And bear in mind, this is a high-end restaurant design by an established, well-known, responsible operator with a proven track record of success. And one of the benefits of doing a lot of outreach like we did with this application is that we went to the advocacy committee of NDPL, and they suggested recreating the awnings that were there. And these awnings are not the particular type of awnings. These awnings are inset into the arch windows, which is a little bit different than the typical awning. So we're going to take that committee's suggestion, and with y'all's permission, we'd like to recreate these awnings up and down. They'll also soften the facade and give much needed shade up and down that corridor. Next slide. And next slide. So again, I'm here joined today with Brian Toll and Adam Corral, they're both from H-Wood Group, and John Sofield. But right now I'm going to turn over to Brian, and he's going to walk you all through who he is and who his company is. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for having me. I'm Brian Toll. So my partner John Terzian and I founded this company almost 20 years ago. In about 2006, we were young guys who had the goal of opening a nightclub together in LA, and that was called the H-Wood, hence the H-Wood Group. And as we've gotten older and experienced more in hospitality, we've really changed the company from one that has nightclubs and bars to restaurants and private members clubs. I think we're most well known for the Delilah brand. We have one in LA, we have one at the Wynn in Las Vegas, and then we just opened one in December here in Brickell, which has been off to a fantastic start. Can we do the next? There we go. And the Nice Guy was our first restaurant. We opened in LA in about 2014, so almost 10 years ago. And it's really just been a tremendous success ever since we opened. We have one in Dubai, and we think Miami is really the perfect next location. Although we grew up in LA, I know Miami very well. My mom is from Miami. She grew up in Surfside. My grandfather was actually the manager at the Fontainebleau in the 1950s and the Chez Bonbon. So I have fond memories of coming to Miami and coming to Lincoln Road as a kid. We used to come every year to see my grandparents. So know the area well, know sort of what it used to be and what I think we can add to the street. These are pictures of Delilah, as you see, very high-end, nice finishes, sort of a modern day supper club. And then the next slide is the Nice Guy. In LA, we have about 4,000 square feet, and it's really helped to revitalize the area. We're on La Cienega, and at the time, it was sort of a rundown part of town. It's the edge of West Hollywood. Restaurants were all moving to Beverly Hills and Hollywood, and I think we stepped in and really changed the dynamic. Now you have Catch Steak across the street, you have EPLP, you have a bunch of restaurants that have sort of come after we've come. I think what we do best is draw the right crowd and the right people and very press-worthy restaurants. And I think we can do the same here on Lincoln Road. And Adam, if you want to come give sort of specifics on design and what we're looking to do here.
Thank you all for having us. I think we can probably go to the next slide. So this is a render or a picture of our Nice Guy in Los Angeles. Again, as Brian mentioned, we opened this in August of 2014, so getting close to our 10-year anniversary. What you can see really exemplifies the onus of what Nice Guy is. It is a very intimate, very low-key homage to, you know, the old school mafia bars of the 50s and 60s and the mid-century modern style of design. It's basically meant to be kind of your home away from home, you know, a place that you can escape and enjoy, you know, some classic red sauce, American, Italian dishes here. You know, we've done an amazing job of restoring what was a very dilapidated restaurant space in LA and turned it into something that's been a staple ever since. And as you can see, actually, the roof and a lot of the design elements within the Nice Guy call for individual slats of wood all along the room. When we did some discovery into the building on Lincoln Road, we actually found that the original roof and ceiling was made of a regional, local Pecky cypress wood. And we plan on restoring it using that wood all over. It just so happens to be that it was like the perfect fit and looks for us too. So here's another image of, kind of just shows a bit how we do curate our design, and everything is very much over the top, but also very understated with the Nice Guy. Our Delilah design is very much in your face. It's that roaring 20s, Gatsby feel where everything is flashy, and along the same lines, but different. Nice Guy, while the touches are all very high end and very bespoke, it does bring you down a little bit into some bit of a more intimate experience. Very candlelit, very dark. Hence the need for a bit of that window shade covering that we've spoken about. I guess my time is up. The hook.
How much time would you like?
I'm good.
3
I'm
minutes?
pretty much,
2 minutes?
I'm good. 20.
A minute?
3 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, good you have Michael.
I'll talk fast. So basically, that would be kind of our interior feel, and we obviously wanted to activate Lincoln Road. So we came up with an amazing idea, our first ever. It's going to be a show kitchen, really, on the Lincoln Road side. Big windows for the passerbys to see, and how the production of our pastas and pizzas, which are all made from scratch daily, go into our restaurant. So it gives the Lincoln Road, passerby a chance to see into the finer workings of what goes into what we do daily. And here around the corner on the Michigan Avenue side, just again, preliminary renderings which do not show the awnings that were discussed with the Historic Design League last week. We're very excited to actually include them into the next renderings for the real hearing in September. But yeah, here you can kind of see an idea where we're going with the Michigan Road side, bringing back the windows to life, removing the boarding that's up there currently, and introducing the Pecky cypress on the interior side, which again, we've proposed doing something that's easily removable. If in case this ever gets to another tenant down the road, they could remove it, thus not affecting the historical presence of the windows themselves. Please, next slide. Yeah, we will be, as we mentioned, the awnings that they suggested to us from the historic look. We're very excited to add those in because they're beautiful, and we actually wanted them in the first place, but we figured less is more. Come to you guys with, our plan and your recommendations and see where we can go from there. Yeah, I think that's all for me. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you. So just a summary, this is preservation of the existing contributing structure with the approval of this application. We're going to highlight the Pecky cypress as a part of our interior design elements. And this will be one more exciting dining view along Lincoln Road, which is now coming into its own again, I'm happy to say. And the show kitchen is something I don't think I've seen on Lincoln Road in any of the restaurants, so I think that's going to be something innovative. And then, of course, H. Wood Group is just, they're superstars in what they do. So very happy to have them show interest in Lincoln Road at this point. Next slide. And again, we've done a lot of outreach. We have the support of Lincoln Road Bid, thankfully. We went to the Miami Beach Chamber of Commerce Board of Governors. We have their support, and we're continuing our outreach to all folks, and we're just very happy to be here for you all today. We came before you because we're proposing something innovative, and before we took another step, we'd like your blessing before we go forward. So that's it.
Great, thank you very much, Michael. I think we're not going to do disclosures because we're not voting on anything.
That's correct.
Okay, perfect. Then let's have public comment.
Okay, anyone in the audience, please come forward and raise your hand on Zoom.
Should I wait for Mitch?
He'll come in later.
You want me to raise my hand?
Yes.
I can swear, I don't think it's necessary, but raise your right hand. Do you swear the testimony you'll give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So thank you for your time. I'm Lyle Stern with offices at 690 Lincoln Road. I wear several hats, including chairing the Lincoln Road Business Improvement District, but I'm not here representing the bid because you've already got a letter of support. I'm not involved in this deal. I don't represent either party. I'm not being compensated for appearing. I'm not a broker in this deal. I'm addressing you today strictly as a business leader and, more importantly, as a resident of our beautiful city. This building has sat vacant for over 5 years when our commission, in my opinion, rightly rejected Walgreens in this location. It was with the hope and promise to our community that a more appropriate use and tenant would fill this space. Nice Guy is that tenant. It fills the promise made by the commission that if we're patient, a tenant that activates the space would come and elevate the road and better serve our community. I believe that this use does that. The building that Nice Guy is working on is problematic in that it requires a significant amount of capital improvement that few retailers could make. The renovation will take millions of dollars and it will require either a tenant or a landlord to make the investment. And a landlord would only make the investment if it had a credit tenant, which allows it to assume the debt. Those tenants tend to be, the national credits tend to be tenants that most of our community is now beginning to push back on, the big box tenants traditionally found in malls. Nice Guy is a much better alternative for all of us and continues the upward trajectory that the mall is currently on. This is a fine dining establishment that's consistent with the re-merchandising of Lincoln Road that's ongoing. It also provides the benefit of an operator with global outreach. To be certain, this is a restaurant and a lounge, upscale and fine dining, not a club or a clubstaurant. I've had the benefit of booking the Delilah in Vegas for our corporate party, which we do at the International Council of Shopping Centers. We did it last year, we did it this year. It's the go-to place. It's an elevated dining experience. I need 2 more minutes. Further, as Lincoln Road evolves and we seek to democratize the offerings, the Nice Guy would be a great add to the mix. It has the additional benefit of announcing to tenants that Miami Beach is a welcoming place to do business, to spend time and money, and to go through the various boards, all of which are necessary and all of which provide our community the necessary guardrails for responsible vetting of use and for design and for preservation. And I appreciate and applaud what they've done coming here preliminarily and working with staff and with the city and coming in with a preliminary proposal to get your feel. It's a perfect accompaniment to the ongoing development that's occurring on the east end of the road north, from the Ritz-Carlton to the Shore Club, to the Rosewood, to the Bulgari, to the Amman residences. We have, our city is being lifted around us by people that are coming in and spending appropriate capital. We're going through a transformative period in our city, and the dining and our streets and our public spaces need to be aligned with that transformation. Otherwise, the residents in the more upscale neighborhoods and buildings will simply enclave and not walk around and not commute and not spend their dollars and not dine and not shop in our city. So this is, in fact, truly transformative. It's also important that Lincoln Road has a great balance, and as I'm sure you've all seen, Prince Street Pizza recently announced their second store in Florida will be on Lincoln Road. As silly as that might sound, it's super important because the democratizing of the offering to have both Mila and Oro, and to be able to have Cheesecake Factory and Prince, and to be able to have Nice Guy and Medusa, which is from the Meatpacking District in New York, currently under construction on the church's vacant lot, and a building designed by Carlos Tuzet, which will be delivered in, I don't know, plus or minus 18 months. And as Michael had mentioned, Andre Carne Derez from Bogota, we have an amazing moment going on in our city, not just on Lincoln Road, but in our city. And in my opinion, this is an incredible addition. So I thank you for your time and for your service. Thank you. It's always hard to follow Debbie, by the way. It's easy to follow Michael, but it's hard to follow Debbie.
Thank you for the compliment, Lyle. Okay, on Zoom, we have Daniel Seraldo. Hi, Daniel.
Yes, hi members, this is Daniel Seraldo with Miami Design Preservation League. I hope you're all doing well and thank you for your service. We are very excited with the prospect that the property will be reinvigorated with a new tenant. I also remember going back when it was Icebox Cafe, and it's had many iterations, but it has laid pretty vacant for, as I mentioned, 5 years. And so several of you I know were on the board when this was proposed to be a Walgreens. There was a big battle against that, which would have included significant demolition of the historic structure to be replaced with a very generic looking Walgreens. So we were happy that did not go through. But at the same time, this building needs love. And we met with the applicants. We think they have a good proposal. We did encourage to explore introduction of the awnings to the window openings, as Michael mentioned. And we're hoping that this project will lead to the renovation and restoration of this very important property. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Daniel. Last but not least, Mitch Novick.
Hey, folks. Oh, I guess you hear me? Can you confirm?
Yes, we can hear you.
Mitch Novick again. I'm assuming you can hear me. I'm getting echoes. I vaguely recall going to Hofbrau House a number of times. I believe that was located at this site. We all know the most threatened buildings with demolition by neglect are those which are vacant. This proposal is a no-brainer. And on a side note, I've heard chatter, I wouldn't put much validity into this, that some young guy formerly on Washington is looking for a space on Lincoln. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, I see no other members of the public wishing to comment.
Okay, so I guess we're at kind of the end of this process would be our own comments. Anyone that you want to share on the on this application?
Well, I think it's a great proposal. I did go through it with Lyle, and I did notice now that they're going to keep the windows on the side street and doors, but are those doors going to be usable? And if not, why aren't we just making it windows?
Do you want to just have this be a conversation? Michael, do you want to, if it's a question, or you guys? This is more information for you, and yeah, because that's a good question. And
yeah, sure.
So the entrance to Mr. Nice Guy will be off of Michigan Avenue. There is one door that's at the intersection of Michigan and Lincoln in that facade. We're going to make that non-usable in some way and make it sure that people don't try to go to the handle multiple times a day. But the entrance will be off of Michigan. Do you want to add to that, Adam?
Yeah, I mean, the entrance, as you can see from one of the renderings, is towards the north side of Michigan.
can you put that Michigan rendering up, the one we hadn't seen before?
Yeah, because all of the windows had
Becky
a door.
Cypress?
There you go.
Hold on, we got to get AV people up.
The other
Michigan.
yeah, that one. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, so what we're proposing is the door that you see that's prominent with the awning there. Again, these are just initial renderings. The full designs are not done. But that's where our front entrance would be for patrons. There are doors historically in those window panels, which again, we might use them during the day for deliveries and things like that. But for guest egress, that would be our main entrance. It lines up exactly with where our valet drop-off would be and all the loadings there, so it made the most sense for the flow and everything for patrons.
So you would be keeping the doors on every one of those windows?
Yeah, structurally, we're not changing anything. We want to obviously just refurbish and make sure everything is, brought to life the way it should be and look and feel with the old historic, stucco and everything. The only things that we're going to be changing on the windows will be on the inside and just affixing those Becky Cypress for the use of privacy.
And this is the side where you're considering placing awnings? Is
Yes.
that- okay.
Yeah, correct.
Do you have any idea of what those awnings will look like?
I think they're on the historic photo.
Yeah, I mean, we want to keep it as historically relevant as possible. So, I mean, a lot of our design is typically influenced by, the historic nature of the sites we take. We're very into incorporating that in our design. So, yeah, as you see, they're the striped.
That's what I was saying, that typically awnings are rectangular above a window, but these are inset into the window, which is something unique. And so
It's really amazing.
it'll be along Michigan Avenue, all along Michigan Avenue.
And there will be no awnings over the kitchen side.
I don't think so, because that would obscure the view of the open kitchen.
Got it.
And there's no outdoor seating
None
foreseen.
proposed, no.
Will you be replacing the existing windows, or they are relatively hurricane impact resistant?
My,
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
we don't
actually
know.
haven't gotten a full chance to study that yet, but yes, I mean, for all intents and purposes, we want to just make sure everything is the same, but just new and revitalized.
So I just have one comment for food for thought, that since the entrance will be along Michigan, and the corner is a very prominent corner, and so just to think about that corner in a way that make it appealing, and it's obvious for the passerbys that's not a door, so nobody will be trying to go in. And I mean, the corners are usually an opportunity to explore and take advantage of.
Yeah.
So just to acknowledge that, I think will be helpful.
Yeah, that makes sense.
we will.
So I know you guys are coming to us seeking advice or feedback, and I know Debbie touched on this in the recommendation, but I would like for us to have like a grander conversation over the Pecky Cypress and the windows and what that looks like and why and so on and so forth. Because I think that's the big reason, the largest reason why they're here. And I want to make sure that, obviously nothing that we say here is binding. And I mean, I know we're not making disclosures today, but I had the opportunity to meet with one of the attorneys, not Michael. I also heard a presentation pretty similar to this on it as well. And I talked with Lyle about it. So like I've been following this for the last several weeks. And I think that's the biggest piece of it. And I just want to make sure that we really flesh that out and talk about it so that we understand and so that they have a full understanding of what we're looking for, what we care about when they come back.
I think the fact that they're leaving the windows
Is essential to their business plan and their restaurant model.
And
So I think that, this is something that is extremely important to them and was really integral into this particular restaurant. And so I think they do want some clear direction as to the feeling and, potentially any, any detailing that you would expect to see if they do bring an application back.
And I don't want to speak for them, but this is my understanding, and I don't know if that necessarily came out, but the reasoning for it, why it's not, why they wouldn't just choose to do curtains and therefore not to come before us, because who wouldn't love to do, open a restaurant without having to come before one of these boards, right? Is that is a design element on the interior. And the idea is that it's a very dark space. That's the idea that they're going for. I mean, I know you guys talked about it, but I feel like when I heard this before, it was emphasized much more, that the idea is that it be a dark space. And so, and also part of the reason why the open kitchen is very unique, right? To have that activation on Lincoln Roadside, but then having the darkness inside. I don't want you guys to spin your wheels. And if we're here, let's have this discussion and talk about it. And if everyone's good with that, then I think that's a good sign for you. And because I mean, it's a shocker. I'm in favor of this. I think it's a good addition to Lincoln Road, and a very good use of this space. And as I think Daniel talked about, the Walgreens that was originally proposed here several years ago. Leaps and bounds ahead of that. And so I'm intrigued. I really like the idea of this new operator coming in. And I think they've really put boots on the ground to try to make sure that they're doing the right thing here in the city. And we're in Miami Beach, so I would like to point that out. But beyond that, yeah, I know you know that, but but it makes a difference. So looking forward to it.
I was just going to add to that because I'm extremely supportive of this application. But I was just, when I saw the rendering of the Pecky Cypress, I was just thinking that maybe it looks a little too like building boarded up right now in the rendering. And I think maybe some articulation that that could kind of reference perhaps a shutter, like a wooden shutter or something like this, where there's some, it never has to open, obviously, but just that it has something that just isn't like, well, we just put up some boards so we had, and close the window off. So I think that that would be, and it could be, you know, articulated around the way the windows form now. So I don't know whether you'd see that on the inside or not, but that's what I would recommend, that it has some frame around it and that it has the wood. Yeah, Ray, go ahead, sir.
I think what you're saying is there's going to be a little depth between the glass and cypress, so that it won't look boarded up. It'll look like a blind.
It looks right now in the rendering to me as if there is no articulation at the edge, or it's, if it looked a little more kind of, or if it was articulated so it looked like it was designed around the window and the door combination itself, like a frame. It was just framed. It's just it's one layer more of detail just to keep people from saying like, what happened here?
I can assure you our designs, when they are fully
I'm sure
fully thought out for the next hearing,
yeah,
we'll have all of that to look at, and I imagine they'll be very impressive, like the rest of our, you know.
I'm sure, absolutely. And with the, if you actually have the if you actually have the curtains over the top, that's just another layer of kind of, they'll be very nice. So, I mean, I'm sorry, the awnings.
Yeah.
Yes, we've been talking about curtains. No, the awnings. The only other thing that I was going to think that was brought to mind with the awning was articulating where your door, your entry door is, if you have these awnings coming around, because right now the entry, kind of that design on top of the,
it's more obvious.
Is more obvious, but it will be the least obvious, which may be what you kind of want. You just have a valet stand out there, and it's like, you know. I don't know.
I mean, again,
just something to think about. It's obviously
all these suggestions are duly noted and definitely will be considered for sure. I mean, I am not the designer by all. I'm happy to admit that we're very successful because I'm not the designer. But yes, our partner Brian's partner John is an art history major, takes this stuff very seriously, is a passion for it. So I imagine he'll be very excited to do that.
I mean, for what it's worth, sometimes it's nice also just to see like two options, you know?
Yeah.
At least I appreciate that. I know sometimes maybe that's difficult for you, Debbie, at times, but like when we just looked, for example, at the Lincoln Road project, you know, they proposed, you know, 3 different potential ways that we could have gone with the tile, you know, in that circle, in that oval. And so it was pretty helpful to see the 3 options against each other. Yeah, and maybe something physical. It's not that I'm opposed to the cypress. It's hard. I don't feel I'm sold on it, if that makes sense. But it could be because, I mean, you guys, you know, you're just showing us something right now. I totally understand. But we might react to it differently if we're to see it in its form, or, you know, a little bit more fleshed out. I think another thought I had just kind of in looking at these renderings on the Lincoln Road side is, I mean, I'm open-minded to this whole idea of the kitchen, and it is, I guess it's quite interesting, like this demo kitchen, but there is something about that corner where it does feel, I guess, like to Elizabeth's point, it feels, you know, grand, that corner. And so I think, I just wonder how you will be able to reference to passersby that there's something down the street, you know, that there's like that Casa Tua field that's down the street, and on this corner is, you know, maybe, and I don't know how you do that, and I'll be really excited to see, but I think that it shouldn't just be forgotten, let me put it that way. And I think that the window, the kitchen demo window, has to be kind of smart, you know, like how that's done. I'm curious how you think that floor plan might end up looking like from the kitchen, and then like what's the next moment like inside of there. I'm pretty curious about, but before you get to the bar and you know, the back cavernous area, you know, and whatnot.
I think you're right, Brian, because the corner hasn't been treated well for a long time. You know, if you look at Mitch's example of Hofbrau, Hofbrau had tinted windows. It was awful. You couldn't see inside it. Then Swatch occupied the remaining area, west of Hofbrau. So it's never been really treated that well for at least 20 years. So I'm excited about what they can do.
And let me just ask, because the real question about the Pecky cypress isn't the cypress or whatever. It's just the regulation about closing up windows.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct, Debbie? That's the we want to articulate just a little bit more.
So typically, if this was just a regular interior build out, staff would be requiring a certain amount of transparency from the sidewalk into the space. We worked with the Cheesecake Factory, for example. They were able to go through an administrative process. But to Ms. Lovell's point, drapery that can be opened, blinds that can be opened, very temporary type interior finishes can be reviewed and approved at staff level. But this type of kind of semi-permanent opaque system in the storefront windows, which will inhibit transparency into the space, is not something we have the ability to approve. So it's really the concept, which is so important to their brand, that this board would need to review and approve. We were excited about the idea of a Pecky cypress just because this particular piece of architecture has so much history. I have not been inside the building in several years, but I think there may still be some left in a small portion of the building, but certainly originally the entire ceiling was a Pecky cypress. It had been removed over time, and I don't know what, if anything, is left. But I just thought that brought a level of interest and education, and maybe the passerby isn't going to know the difference between a teak and a cypress. But I walk students around a lot, and this would be an atypical situation for our commercial districts to have windows blocked in, but it would be another layer of discussion with people to explain the history and how things adapt and evolve, and how the city is flexible. I talk about that a lot in my when I take family members or students around the city, how historic preservation can provide opportunities to get really creative and be flexible, and it's not always so rigid and like the complaints we hear, right? The city is really actually the opposite of that. And so I think this type of project could be really cool if we could tie in some historical richness to the modifications they're proposing.
And just to add a little bit of what Debbie was saying, like a Cheesecake Factory, I walked by it the other day, and the southernmost part of it, the windows are opaque to hide the back of house kitchen area. And I talked about Andre Carnes read earlier. Well, different restaurant operators want to achieve a level of privacy and intimacy. It makes the space smaller, more enjoyable for the patrons, and that restaurant has a wall inset 10 feet in from the Lincoln Road storefront windows. So in that way, the patrons queue up and they go in, but there's a wall right there that prevents a complete line of sight into the space. So it was approved by this board, probably we all knowing that, yes, this is the way that particular restaurant operator wanted to achieve a certain level of privacy and intimacy for its patrons. H-Wood Group is no different. They're proposing it in a different way, which triggered your review, but I think it's just as valid.
I think you're going to want to have those awnings on Lincoln Road. You're on the south side. You're going to have constant sun going in those windows.
We're happy to have them. So.
I mean, and not only that, but I think from a branding point of view, it kind of gives your little empire kind of two frontages that really identifies it in a very strong way.
We would love that. Thank you.
Great.
Okay. So I guess, do you feel you got the...
I'm sensing positive vibes.
Yes, very positive vibes, I think.
We'll be a part of this application process and move forward, come back to you all in September.
Great.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with
Mr.
that,
Yeah, that concludes our agenda. Unless there's anything else from board members or Nick, we can adjourn.
great.
Thank you very much, everyone. Great meeting.